All right. Mic check. Sure, mic levels are good. Cam check. Looks like we're good over here too. What is up, y'all? Crazy Crow. What's better, physical or poison imbue rapid fire? Definitely physical. I mean, they're basically almost the same thing, but just you just don't need the poison imbue basically, and your multipliers are slightly better with the the physical. So it's pretty cool because like me and Crafty kind of came up with the idea at the exact same time, but for different reasons. I came up with it as like something I was thinking about doing one weekend. I forgot what it was. I think it was like last weekend? The weekend before that. Probably the weekend before that. And I was like, we have to go poison? Like aren't the physical multipliers like actually slightly better? Like what advantages do you really get for doing poison imbue? Ironically enough, Crafty, the same as that day, ended up trying to masterwork his really good amulet he got, and it ended up breaking with shadow imbuement instead of poison imbuement. So he was like, man, I guess I'll try a physical setup or whatever. So we literally had the exact same thought. So we kind of talked about it for a little bit, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna put it together on the stream or whatnot, and kind of see how it goes. And so did that, and was just like, yo, this is good. This is good. So definitely made a video about it. Update the Maxroll guide to make it physical, and then also you don't have to sit there and like juggle imbuements anymore. So I think that's actually kind of a good thing for the majority of the player base. Is like, hey, I don't have to worry about slapping that imbuement every time. So, but what up? See new people here. Dice, what's happening? My buddy told me about this guy being one of the best rogues around. Oh no, oh no. I gotta live up to someone's hype now. Uh oh. All right. Oh boy. All right. Well, I guess we'll start off with some I don't know, T1 Pit 40 content, just so therefore I can look good, smashing stuff. No, I'm totally kidding. All right. I'm still trying to masterwork stuff. My Cal Nameless needs to be triple crit on the trick attacks. So tonight will be mostly that, trying to figure out how to get that triple crit masterwork to happen. I've been so unlucky in the recent. And then depending on how I feel, we'll go for the T100, or we'll just do not go for it. We'll just do the T100. People keep asking, so figure out, give it a couple of shots, get it out the way. Say, hey, look, I did it. And then of course, all the sponsorships will rain down. Blizzard will put a statue of me and my character in the rings of like Renovaros built outside their campus or whatnot. You know what I mean? And then and then I'll be able to perform my Renovaros build in the Super Bowl, in the halftime Super Bowl, right? Performance. It'll just be me on my setup, right? And then you can see me playing Renovaros T100 because you know how important and great that is, right? So I'll be putting all the main screens and like the Super Bowl halftime performance. Man, it'll be great. I'm telling you, man. That's exactly what's gonna happen when I get that. Right? Yeah. Sounds about right, right? Yeah. Okay. Probably, yeah. See, there you go. There you go. All right. So who's that? Masterworker, what's going on? How did you and the kids have a great time yesterday? Yeah, so let me talk about that a little bit. So yesterday we had our band competition, or our band championships competition. So band got grand champions of the day. That means regardless of class, we had the highest score overall, which we actually never did hit. At least this school that I worked at has never gotten like grand champions of the day like twice, two different competitions yesterday. But not only that, but Percussion got first place both competitions, so that was great. So it was great watching the kids, like obviously when they got their names, when the school name got called out for the grand champions, especially they bum rush the field, man. Like, I mean, literally storm the field. All the kids are running, you know, it's like, yeah, you know, kind of thing. It's like really cool. It's really cool to like watch, right? Because I mean, you know, they put in like a lot of effort and hard work and things throughout the year and stuff like that. So it's like really cool to kind of see them like, you know, proud of, you know, their work and like achievements for the year. So that was great. And it kind of reminds me. It reminds me. Like, I mean, at times, sometimes you're just like, you know, the district sucks. Sometimes teachings can be very stressful at times, right? And there's moments like that you just can't like give up. Like, you can't like not love. Oh, really? This guy? I'm a little rusty. I haven't played in 2 days. Turtle, what's going on? Took me like all of like 20 seconds to kind of get used to the rotation stuff again. I felt like I was like, what am I doing? I happened to catch any of the Samsung race deal earlier? No. No, I slept most of the day today. I was so tired after the competition yesterday. I didn't get home till like 2:30 in the morning, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. So I slept most of the day. I thought it was like a really cool event that they decided to do, but I legit just literally couldn't physically stay up or get up to watch. Your Paragon is where I need to be with Flurry. I mean, at this point, I feel like Paragon, like after like 250, is just kind of like, I'm gonna say worthless, but it doesn't really have much meaning. I mean, the stuff that you absolutely need for your build is basically done. You know, and the 230s, and then past that point, it's just maybe pick up some, you know, additional life maybe here, or additional additive damage, or and if you really want to get like super duper min max or whatever, you just pick up the +5 dex wherever you can get it efficiently. Hey, the other night I heard you talking about how much you like your headphones at the price point, but I missed what they actually are. Could you tell me? They should be mentioned in my. Oh, that's right. You're on YouTube. The Barrier Dynamics DT990s. I think they're like $165 right now, but they're so good. Oh, this is a terrible boss. Worst boss. Might take some time. Yeah, they're very good. Make sure you get the 32 ohm one though, unless you have a really good DAC. You got 258. Oh, well then, I mean, you're fine. What is it that you need out of 12 more Paragons? You've been playing this build. This is very fun. It is. This is the only boss I think on the 90s, like speed 90s, that I can't kill M3 staggers on the 90. So whenever I get hurt, it's like, oh man, it's like a 4.5 minute 90 now. Everyone else is like, I can do in like 3 staggers. The her takes 4. Hopefully 3 staggers. Come on. Come on. Oh, I got knocked away. No. No. Unfortunate. Seriously? Especially knife nose, because it gets you 8% knife. You're doing that for. Well, do you find yourself dying right now? Like, are you dying a bunch without those nodes, or what? I mean, the only way I can really see that being like, yeah. Because you say you need them, so like needing them makes it seem like you're dying a lot without those couple of life nodes. I don't have a decent collar. How much better is it than Shaco? Way better than Shaco. I mean, anything cow with how do I say this? Yeah, cow with any precision build is like best in slot by far. Like no contest. Like even a crappy cow is better than Shaco on a precision build. Why do you even need second cap like a hit equals to more damage? Well, I mean, I won't say you need. I never really say you. I mean, it should be something you should probably go for if you have nothing else to do. But it's like if you can get more damage, why not? Right? Do you need it? No, not really. But if your goal is to try to min max as much as you can, then you're going to want to try to get to that cap. World boss up like now? Okay. Probably the worst time to tell me, right? While I'm in the pit. Hey, guess what? World boss is up like right now. I'll catch the next one. It's all good. I read what's going on. You want to have as much health as you can. Alright, so it's not a need, it's a want at that point. So you don't really need more paragons, you just want more. Terminology, right? Like, I really, really want Skittles. I don't need Skittles, but I really want them. Like right now, all the Skittles. Original only, by the way. Berry and tropical flavors are banned. Do I need a push for anything? No. I'm just farming at the moment, playing to kind of just be playing. Sour is pretty good, but that's sour on top of the original skills, right? So like you're adding like a, you know, like a thing to it. You're not changing all the flavors, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, sours is fine. I'm cool with sour. Cherry, what's going on? Barbie, are you there now? Yeah, so a Kyle is way better than a Shaco. Like, it's like not even close. Not even like remotely close. Like a shitty Kyle will still be better than a Shaco by far. So you don't want to substitute a Shaco for anything in this build. And the Kyle is also a lot easier to get than the Shaco, unless you just already have a Shaco. It's like chilling in your stash somewhere. So you can get one with gambling. I mean, yeah, you can that or just Duros. Just do some Endurio or Endaria runs. Either or is fine. Just like do those a bunch. Realm Walker, I guess. Have you looked into this Flurry overpower build I've been hearing about yet? Oh, I know. I mean, I know all about it. Thunder Eagle. I know. I legit know all about it. What do you want to know about? I mean, it fits in the realm of like the mid hundreds, T100 builds or whatever, like Rain of Arrows, Dance of Knives. Probably slightly under rapid fire still. Just curious what I think. I mean, no one's gonna be able to play it, so like that's the reason why I don't really talk about it, because it's like talking about a build that you'll never be able to build just seems kind of pointless. At the end of the day, I mean, is it good? Yeah, I mean, it's cool for Flurry to kind of be able to get some power, some off, right? But I mean, honestly, for the setup, you almost might as well just play Death Trap Rogue, because you're almost doing the same thing just without the overpower crits. It won't be as strong, but I mean, you'll still be able to do a T100, but it'll be a lot easier to gear for it. Like a lot easier. But yeah, I mean, you might have a better chance of winning a lottery than being able to get the right gear and masterworks to make an overpower Flurry build work. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I mean, you technically can kind of do it with Twisting Blaze, sort of. It won't be as effective, but you can kind of do it with Twisting Blaze. Trying to over for and it's so difficult to get for it. Yep, that is exactly why I don't, again, like I said, I don't talk about it, because like that's like billionaires talking to other billionaires, right? About billionaire stuff. You just don't feel that way about Dance of Knives Rogue. I would say Dance of Knives, well, I mean, it definitely has considerably easier gear requirements than Overpower Flurry. But I think it's not, I think for Dance of Knives, it's more so about just understanding how to make his damage work versus more so than anything, just because in order for dancer knives to really put out any real output, you have to take advantage of a lot of like not intended interactions or bugs or snapshotting, and I guess there's just a lot that goes into it to really kind of make it shine. It's not one of those I put it together and it just slaps naturally. However, you know, once you get it all down and the rotations and the, hey, this, you know, whatever, it can then feel good, right? But there's just a lot to know in playing that build. But what I find unfortunate is that I'm pretty sure most people who, you know, see a spin the win build, right, were looking for it to be, you know, like spin the win, right? We just kind of hold on the button, the stuff dies. That's the ideal, right? So all this extra stuff you got to do to make the build work doesn't really sit well with a number of players. I put it that way. Let's see something real quick. Oh, whoops. Forgot to grab the whatchamacallit. So this little chest is like right there. You got lucky to hit the +7 trick shot drill. I need that. I need that in my life right now. In my on my setup, the difference between +6 and +7 is 25% damage. It's that big. Beef farming arrows, kind of clunky for in front of horde farming. Actually, I love it for in front of hordes. Like that's like one of the best places that, like, in front of hordes and pits is like where I love render rails the most. What I don't like render rails that much is when I'm doing nightmare dungeon farming, because I have to actually wait. Like I have to wait for the waves to hit and because you have to pick up the mats. So the whole point of you doing nightmare dungeons is to pick up the mats, right? So you can't just cast a few waves and then run like I can any other content, because I have to actually pick up the masterworking mats. So if I can swap out to a different build just for that content, I would. Yeah, I'm gonna do some Inferno Hordes in a minute, so you'll get to see what it looks like in Inferno Hordes. I love it in Inferno Hordes, man. You just basically just cast random arrows from like one side of the screen to the other. I just randomly got a 4 Gia Andy. She needs to roll a rogue, right? No. So I'll put it this way. In this game, in Diablo 4 is not the game in which you find a mythic unique and you now need to play a build and a class around it. Some games are like that. Diablo 4 is not that. Not to mention, Andy's is really not that great this season on Rogue, that is. So even if you wanted to play a Andy's build on Rogue, I wouldn't advise you do it, because it's actually not that good. And definitely not worth making an entire new class, leveling up, trying to find a gear to play it because of that one helm. Totally not worth. WLF, appreciate the sub, appreciate you. Zad, you enjoyed last season? Well, I mean, if you like it, you can just play Victimized Barrage. It's practically the same thing, just without the dot. It's just big explosions instead. But the gearing and the playstyle is like literally identical. So like, if that's what you like, I would suggest that. All right. Let's see. Let's slap on an Inferno Horde real quick then. If I do that, throw an Opal on. All I have is like 6 caps and wait 8 caps. Like these are all bad ones. Guess I might have to actually do some nightmare dungeons to pick up some 10 cap ones. I'm crushing some peace and some wine. Peace brought me after that. Can I join to get your glyphs levels or whatever? I mean, I don't. All of my glyph levels are 100 at the moment. I honestly don't really need anything, but I appreciate it. All right, so check this out. DR. So basically, you go from one side, cast a rain, go to the other side, cast a rain, or 2. And then they just keep waving. And so everything's gonna die in that area. Cast there, go to a different area. Cast there, go to a different area. Cast here. Go to a different area. So don't stick around after you cast random arrow. Like go somewhere else. And like spread all your arrows everywhere. Like use that mobility of your flurry to kind of like dash around. This is why I think it's so much fun in like the frontal horrors, because like I'm literally never standing on one spot. I'm just finding different places to cast. Much love from Portugal. Okay, cool. What's going on, man? Yeah, how you? Oh, nice. We actually got a good boon at the start. Guess it works. Yeah, like there's no reason to stand still. Just because you want to hit as many events as you can. So usually the events are going to spawn like on the edges or whatever, or like the 4 corners usually. So you have to make sure that you position yourself to be able to activate these events or whatever. And then you just cast your rain. And then go to the next event, basically. See, bottom now. So let's come down here. Cast my rain. Okay, we got an event to the right. Come here, cast a few rains. Go to the left, same thing. Cast some rains. Okay, leave it alone. Oh, still another event. We'll cast another rain here, that's fine. How's it going? Doing T1 Barrage is fun. I want to watch out on Bemis Castle side. It doesn't scale well late game, basically. Like once you get into T2, like Shadow and Beam, doesn't really do much of anything. But it's great for leveling, like for leveling and stuff like that early. Like as you're getting your stuff, it's very good. But it hits a wall very quickly as you start gearing up and things. Company. I was gonna do this by myself because I wanted to show Dr. Who was it? Dr. Jetson, who said he was he felt like it was clunky to do Rain of Arrows and Helltide, so kind of wanted to showcase it. However, if anyone got some refinement tributes, I'm down to farm some of those. Only refinement though, because I'm looking for masterwork materials at the moment. Wouldn't you say the new key passive would be better for this build? No. Shadow doesn't do any damage. Cold Imbuement does 0 damage because all that's gonna do is just chill. Like it doesn't boost the damage of Cold Imbuement at all. At least not the mixed Cold Imbuement. So the only thing that will get boosted up is poison. And since you're using a precision build, crit damage doesn't buff poison damage at all. So it's literally useless for this build. It's such a weird key passive. Like the new key passive is such a weird key passive. Like I just think it really needs a redesign or like something. Like it doesn't do anything for your imbuements at all except for poison, and it barely does anything for that. So like but yeah, but I've seen the most recent Go Face and Myth song. You're 40? I'm 39. I'm like right behind you, sir. But yeah, a lot of my playlist is definitely from I'll say most. I say about half my playlist is like 90s, early 2000s hip hop, roughly. Pitfire Ring of Arrows might be best in slot. Can you tell me why?
Yo,
I've tried it multiple times.
Got raided, son.
Chronics with the raid, but I can't do the dance right now.
Drop my new
but what's
beat
up,
for these
sir?
new viewers.
You really get the? I know. I was wondering. I was like, bro, bro was up real late. But sorry, I couldn't get the dance in there for you for like the few times you have to get the raid me.
Got Sheezy.
Out.
Chronix raided my stream with
What's up, man?
148 viewers.
I am Rain of Arrows roguing at the moment, having a ton of fun. Welcome in. After stealth buff for Pitfire, seen the guy do Pit 100 with the Rain set up like that. Well, yeah, I mean, you can do the Rain. I mean, but that doesn't make it better. How does being able to do the 100 make it better? I can do a 100. The build can do about 106 or 107. But yeah, I mean, the stealth thing is a thing, but like when you're running a precision build, all the like missing any crit damage anywhere, especially with trick attacks, scaling, it's like bad. It's really not good. That's the reason why you don't see rapid fire builds use the Pitfighter's Gall, because of that very reason. I'm not saying you can't use a ring. I'm just saying like you're not going to gain nearly the benefit that you think you are. Now it will help you it will help you stay alive because you're stealthing all the time. So like it's super easy way to stay alive. But the build is pretty tanky. I just don't think that that's really necessary. But you can absolutely go. But yeah, saying best in slot, you're gonna have to prove numbers though. But if you like it, for sure, use it. But yeah, Kronos, how are you enjoying Torchlight? Also, Kronos, I gotta talk to you, man. I'm gonna need someone to like rant to you about this, man. If you're still here, you're probably like about to like fall out. Bruh, I don't know, man. I think we really need a new metric for like testing our gears and stuff like that, man. Pit is horrible, and I am like personally just I'm tired of like seeing that as like the metric for stuff for builds, man. Like in terms of like pushing pits and like that, I hate that as a metric. It's so bad. It's god awful. Like that's something that that really should have stayed behind in Diablo 3. That should not have entered Diablo 4 in any way, shape, or form. PoE November 5th. Yeah. I didn't pay for early access, so I will be here. Just me, whatever the hardest content. Well, yeah, I get that, but that doesn't mean it has to be pit. There's so many. There's many other ways to do so in this game. It does not have to be pit. Like, why simulate Diablo 3 in that area? That makes no sense. He said no one did. It's not possible yet. You're dead. You gotta sleep. All right, all good, man. You have a good one. How would you measure it then? Something that you can't fish for. I think that would be a great start. like I mean, let's be honest. Like something that you can't literally like, you know, try to get the easiest scenario possible and then say I win. Yeah, dreaming. I guess so. I guess you can call it dreaming. Without doing challenge rifts. Challenge rifts. I mean, well, it's not. I think you're going from one extreme to another, Riptide. I'm not saying like there's a perfect system. I'm just saying pit is horrible. That's all. Like that is the thing I'm saying at the end of the day. I'm not saying I'm looking for Street Fighter level accuracy of competitive gameplay. Like no, like obviously not. You're not gonna get that. What I'm saying is with the way that pit is designed right now, it's difficult to sit there and design it as something that you can continue to keep running to level up your glyphs and progression, and also make it the end game or the end game activity in which you compare your gear with it. Like you need to separate those two things. That was a problem in D3 that they did not do. Was like now Diablo Immortal actually did it a lot better in that sense where they actually separated the two. But in D3, you can't have a farming mode or a farming thing, and then also that be like the way that you test your gear at the end. It's just way too much RNG involved. One that you can actually, you know, skip all the hard stuff. So people keep saying, you know, people are going to choose the hardest content, but people don't do the hardest bosses in the pit. They choose the easiest bosses. So I don't understand where the hardest content comes from. Like you literally just pick the boss easiest for your build to be able to get the clear, and then you skip like the maps that are difficult for your build, or you skip the mobs that are difficult for your build. So are you really playing the hardest thing or not? That's what I mean. This is all why I think pit is just a terrible way for like a terrible metric. But it all stems back from Diablo 3, where GRs were still also, in my opinion, a terrible metric. It was the only metric we had. We got used to it or whatever, but I still thought it was a terrible metric. Oh, whoops. We'll do some more Inferno Hordes, I guess. Only have eight wave keys, but that's fine. And you see DPS dump, you're like, oh, that's gross. Person I like, and then have a different thing. Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Riptide. Like that's literally what I'm kind of like suggesting, kind of in a sense. I just don't think pitch should be the metric that we define builds with the way that it is right now. And J Max said, well, how would you do it then? I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, I mean, I've already like kind of like said it already, like literally Inferno Hordes. Like there's so much you can do with Inferno Hordes to differentiate it from Diablo 3 in terms of a way to be able to test your character. Like, why not? Yeah, just make that the metric. Like have infinite waves where there is no cap. infinite waves, and basically you have a overwhelm meter, which that is taken from Diablo 3, by the way, from whatchamacallit. You have an overwhelm meter, and if you can't kill things fast enough, then you're overwhelmed and you lose at that wave. But you can't pick and choose the enemies you fight. You have to fight what's given. So you either pass or you fail. That's it. And if you play single target builds, well, in that sense, like you want to go for, snipe the elites or whatever as fast as you possibly can. AoE centric builds may not kill the elites as fast, but you'll kill the trash. So like there's somewhat, I'm gonna say it's even because it's not at the end of the day, but you're not fishing for it. You're not playing horrible maps. You're not trying to cherry pick mobs. You have to play the content. You don't have a choice. And if you're playing anything that would be considered competitive in any way, shape, or form, then you don't get to cherry pick like we do now. Like, how do we call something competitive and yet we cherry pick what we fight? I mean, we have to. Game design, I get it. Like, I get why we have to do it. But, like, that just seems so odd. If your build can't beat X boss, that boss, that boss, that boss, then the reality is, can your build do that bit? The answer is probably no, but we say yes as long as you get the right boss. And it shouldn't be that way. I just do piss with purple oak where they get some boss mass at the end of every 90-second kill. Yeah. You pick boons. I mean, I know, but what I'm saying is you can adjust pit to, not have boons if you want. Like, you can literally just have a secondary mode, like, again, Diablo Immortal does, where it will be something for leaderboards. So, like, this will still be for farming or whatever like that. And then you have your leaderboards, Infernal Hordes thing, where you have infinite waves and a overwhelm timer. Easy. And then now you're not copying Diablo 3. You actually have your own kind of interesting metric to be able to, test your build and gear, right? There's some strategy involved. Some. You're not going to get a lot of it in this game, period. But at least there'll be some strategy involved. And then boom. Either your build can do such and such or it can't. Simple as that. Not if this happens or that happens, or if I get this and then this happens, and these 40 stars align. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, exactly. But you get what I'm saying, right? So Patrick, what's going on? Best gear slot to gamble on as Rogue. I mean, it just depends on what you need, sir. So if there's an aspect you need that rolls on a weapon, that rolls on like that's an offensive aspect, then you would want to gamble like maybe a sword or a ring or something that, or a glove or something that you also need gear for. So it's not like a one slot where it's like, if you're a rogue, you gamble that and that's it. Like, it's literally based on what you need. Has it been updates in the build? Not really, no. I've tried several different things, but at the end of the day, I kind of go back to the original setup, basically. Trying to get Malice Exploit Amulets. Well, you don't really want Exploit, though. And Exploit shouldn't be on the build guide. Patrick, you never want Exploit on a rogue right now. I think on one of my videos I might have had Exploit on my amulet, but that's because I didn't have a choice. I didn't have anything good. But I did mention what you want on the amulet. And in the build guide and planner, it definitely does not have Exploit. Gonna go into more detail. about the horde thing I was talking about. Yeah, so like, yeah, so you really wouldn't pick boons, or I guess you could. I guess they could have like a certain set of boons that are very specific to that game type that isn't what we have for farming. But the reality is that you probably wouldn't want to have boons because you don't want to throw too much RNG factors in it, because then you get to the whole thing where it's like, oh well, I would have passed if I would have gotten the correct boons, right? Like you don't want to throw any more wrenches of, you know, I got terrible boons the first 2 waves, right? Like no, like, so you probably want to remove the idea of boons and kind of just have waves. And each wave obviously gets harder. More things are getting thrown at you. I'm gonna say more things are getting thrown at you, but like, more elites, Aether Lords will spawn like at a certain wave. So like it won't be boons that we pick, but there'll be like certain things where it's like, okay, well at wave 10, Aether Lords now start spawning, right? Well now you don't get to go, oh well I'm gonna leave, you know, because I got Aether Lords to spawn. No, they always spawn at wave 10 now. So you either deal with them or you fail. You don't get to pick and choose, right? So now you got to figure out, okay, well at wave 10, Aether Lord spawns. What am I going to do with my build to make sure I can take care of the Aether Lords, right? You have to just figure it out on your build, right? But in order for you to pass that wave or to not get overwhelmed in that wave, you got to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So like at certain waves, you know, like 5, 10, 15, 20, you have a new element thrown into there that makes it harder. And so now it makes it so not every single infernal wave or every single like high level clear is the same. Now it's like, okay, the difference between like a 19 and a 20 might be pretty big because at least because on like wave 20 or whatever, butcher spawns or something. Now it's like, okay, well damn, now I gotta, if I want to beat wave 20, I gotta do everything I did in wave 19 and fight the butcher in that wave. Right? You can't skip it. You can't go, oh well, I don't like butcher, so I'm gonna skip 20 and then go to 21 or whatever. No. Because at that point, from 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, Butcher always spawns. So now you got to figure out how to actually beat Butcher with your regular build, on top of beating Aether Lords on wave 15 or wave 10, and then whatever's being thrown at wave 15, you know, you got your thing. See what I'm saying? So like that's a way to be able to stack difficulty in a way that you have to deal with the said thing to be able to make progression past your wave or past that point. And so, I mean, obviously, if you die too much, obviously you fail. If you get overwhelmed or you just don't deal enough damage to deal with everything, including the butcher, well, then you fail that wave, and then you're done. It's like, okay, well, I guess wave 19 is the highest I've got, and then there's a leaderboard for those who cleared certain waves. You know, I don't know. Britney Spears 2023 cleared wave 15 on Rogue with said build, and you have a leaderboard for that. Like, to me, that would make so much more sense. So if I had a choice, if I had a way to sit there and say, okay, what's a good way to bring leaderboards into this game and on an activity, that would be the way that I would do it. Is it perfect? No. You're never going to have a perfect solution in an action RPG game. Do I think it's way better than Pits? Well, hell yeah. I think Christina Aguilera cleared a higher rate. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I think you'll get a more accurate picture of what builders are actually able to do, and you'll no longer get these like YouTube videos of someone clearing like a 115 or 120 on the build, but with no context of like how many times they failed or why they chose that particular boss and someone tries to do the same thing and wonder why they can't clear it. Like all that would be relevant at that point because everything will be right there. So when you watch someone do a wave or whatever, you see someone get overwhelmed because Butcher got in the mix, it makes sense. There is no question. There is no, you know, that literally makes sense. What if there's leaderboards and again that can be the measure? Well, I mean, I just told you what I would do for that. I would, and like how I would do the leaderboard for it. You can't throw a leaderboard on everything and then all of a sudden that it makes that game mode better. Like it doesn't work that way. Remember, we had Gauntlet. How good was Gauntlet? People hated Gauntlet. People didn't play Gauntlet, but we had leaderboard. Remember? But did people like Gauntlet? No. That didn't invalidate like your time or, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, this class or build is now good because Gauntlet, right? No. So just attaching the leaderboard to, you know, awful way to judge content won't make that content better. That's why I'm like, you know, adding leaderboards to Pit doesn't make Pit better. It just doesn't. You can see it coming. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, they don't have to though. Like, we're at a spot where literally they can add leaderboards to anything. Not that they should. Don't get me wrong, but it's like they have the option to be able to not do that right now. Like they don't have to do it to piss. It would be awful if they did. Like very bad. Okay, that's what's going on. Basically like Ellie, but better. I mean, something like that. I mean, it is a survival mode, right? At the end of the day, like it is a survival based type ordeal. What's my big favorite build class at the moment? Rogue. Rogue is gonna always be my favorite class no matter what. Favorite build at the moment, Rain of Arrows. But it's usually Rapid Fire and or a Heartseeker, but Rain of Arrows kind of stole my heart this season. Dark Dance is actually additive now. It was multiplicative for some, but now it's additive or they said that they were going to change it to additive. I don't know why, but I think it's dumb, but it is so weird. Rogue Nation. I like just add a survival to horrors like Warframe. You have unlimited time, and every 5 minutes you get a reward. Well, I mean, I guess so. I'm not saying don't do anything more to Infernal Horrors like the regular game mode. That wasn't the topic of discussion initially. This is me talking about like what I would do if we were to add some sort of competitive thing to the game. Is what I'm saying. And so the way I would do it would be the way that I just described. Now, should we do more to hordes? Yeah, absolutely. More boons, different kind of boons. Let's quit with this 6-wave, 8-wave BS thing. We can definitely make hordes better. And is not so great. I'm not saying it's not great. You guys ask me what my favorite build is. Right? So what my favorite build doesn't correlate to something else being bad. Like not a direct correlation. Know what I mean? Transmog. You know, I never thought about a transmog command actually. How would you do that though? Like, how would you do a transmog command? I'm curious. Like, how would that work? Like, do I do like a mini video showcasing the transmog, or like a clip, something like that? I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's all I'm asking. Like, you know, what do you think a transmog command should be? If you make it like Echoing Nightmares. Well, I mean, that's exactly kind of what it is. What I'm saying, like the whole overwhelm meter is technically the Echoing Nightmares idea. It just wasn't done great in Diablo 3, but you can turn that to be a lot better, and or make that a mechanic that can be useful in Diablo 4 without literally taking that game mode. What do you mean, what, J-Mac? What? Wait, what do you mean? Echoing Nightmares was okay. The Front of Horrors is like way better than Echoing Nightmares, but it has a similar feel to it. You meant it. I don't mean to compare it to any build. I just want every survivor to run horrors like 8, T80, piss, etc. Yeah, it is. Well, it's called Dance of Knives, not Fan of Knives. But I know what you mean. I know what you meant to say. I've seen much more mythical than Amulet with GA power. Oh yeah, me too. Actually, where to get it? It's a unicorn. Basically, it's definitely a unicorn. Good luck. Because I have yet to get one this season. It's not the 8-1. Okay, so we'll beat up the boss over here. What's the best way to farm Obelisk? Pit, for sure. Definitely Pit. All right, where's he at? Don't tell me he's this is a ghost one. Really? Unless somebody like just killed him. Ooh. Yeah, I got ghosted. I got ghosted. Some D4 lore. What I would like for the developer to develop the story. I think there's a lot of room for Templar power and to be introduced. No spoilers. I mean, at this point, it would be a spoiler at this point. If people are expecting the Paladin, then when the Paladin comes, then like it's not like we're surprised. Like, hey, surprise, Paladin's here, and it's like, oh man, I totally wasn't expecting that. Like, I had no idea. Oh man, like you totally surprised me. You know what I'm saying? Like at this point, I think the expectation is probably Paladin coming forward with how many people that were screaming for it. Like it probably, I put it this way, it'll be in Blizzard's best interest to do it. I put it that way. I honestly don't think that. Personally, I don't think that they should just cave in and just get a Paladin like as the next one, but like for sales and marketing and like people hype and people, you know, whatever money and stuff. I mean, you might as well. I'm not saying that they should make a brand new class, but I'm not saying that the Paladin has to be the next one. You know what I'm saying? Like Paladin can be like fourth or third or fourth or whatever like that. They don't have to be the second one, but for the sake of people and that stuff, then I mean you might as well. Might as well get the dough, get the cash, make your investors happy, make your fan base happy. They lose nothing by doing it. I'll just put it that way. Honestly, I think Beyond the Glister, Spiritborn is an excellent class. Well, yeah, like I played a lot of Spiritborn before the release of the expansion. So like, yeah, I 100% agree. It's a well-designed class that's fun to play. We don't really get to see all the other exciting things come up because, well, you know, there's less bugs attached to them, so people don't want to play them, right? So. Investors owns players, greater than players. Yeah, for companies. Yeah, that's legit how corporations are ran. Which I guess I'm gonna say makes sense. Not trying to say that at all. But a corporation's only reason for existence is to make money. So. Trying to figure out why I don't have Noxus Ice on right now. DR, appreciate the sub. Level the Spiritborn to see how it compares to playing a Chain Lightning Sword. You didn't realize the damage difference? Yeah, the damage difference is literally 100,000. 100,000 X. I clicked the conduit palm on. Time for hydration break. Yeah, people don't really realize that the difference and why that is just not good for the game. Take a nap. Someone says conduit counts as CC, really? Parents, what's going on, man? pick up stuff. Oh, I guess I meant to ask chat. Anybody got any refinement tributes that they want to run group play? Didn't have the courtesy to buff counter fire difficulties. I mean, I honestly I'd rather for it to be useless than for it to be too useful. Well, I guess right now since they're not in pits, I guess it's fine. Like, you know, you could buff the crap out of it. It really wouldn't matter. So yeah, I mean, I guess it could have went ham. Yo, DM is top gifted. Oh yeah, he did drop like a pretty massive sub bomb. Get this on whatever. I watched DM, but I just found your algorithm seems to be working. So what he's trying to say is that DM needs to drop more gifted subs. Is that the is that the plan? I mean, if you guys want to go tell him that, that's fine. Just like, hey, let him know. I love DM though. I met him in person. When we went to go play test the Spiritborn. After I got a chance to meet him in person, it was like really cool. Really cool guy, man. Like so down to earth. Okay, so Nomad, I got you. And just let this work. You said you have 14 refinement. Great. What's your battle tag? Sebastian, you said you have 3 refinement. Crap, hold on. Who was first? Let's go with Sebastian because I think it's like Sebastian was first. Just let this work. I'll get you in next because I think only like these guys only have a few refinements. So like once they run out, I can rotate in. Sebastian, what's your battle type? I don't care about the Ascendance ones. Just refinement. Am I going to TwitchCon? Nah, I don't have the money for that. I mean, unless Twitch is gonna fly me out to TwitchCon, no, then no. Oh, you're talking about Cherryum. Okay. No, Sebastian, give me your BNet. Not mine. I probably should use that as a command at some point. Also just started using StreamerBot. Cell Kittens has been trying to get me to do that forever. And I just been like a scrub and not doing that forever. And like this thing is like super cool actually. The amount of features and stuff is just insanely cool. But I'm gonna need like time just to like sit down and just like go and like mess with all the features and stuff. What's open sans look like? That thing. It looks pretty bad. Let's go back to enter. Let's font this in. Keep it. Okay, now I can't even find it. Where's my original font? No. Oh, there it is. Quick actions, platforms. All
Yo, Dark Side.
right. What up,
We
Crafty with
just
the
got
raid?
raided, son. You know how we do. Drop
going
my
on?
new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy. Out.
Craftixie, I raided my stream with 32 viewers.
What's going, Crafty? You said you changed your Paragon again? Oh man. How's it going, man? Yeah. So Sebastian, I got you in a second. Hold on. All right, there you go. Request invite. Thought Cam Newton was for a second. Some raid dance. People love it. Send a clip to me. All right. I haven't done anything new, Crafty. Yesterday I was at the competition yesterday, championships for a bit, watching my kids do the thing, and they got grand champions for the day. My percussion kids got first place percussion both competitions yesterday, so that was a good day. They were so excited. It was great. So I did nothing, and I didn't or no Diablo related stuff yesterday, and then the day before, this morning afternoon, I did nothing. Like I slept because I got home like at 2:30 in the morning. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna do nothing on Sunday until I have to stream. Much of nothing. Die is a bad luck to the students. You take that back, sir. All right, so who are we missing? We got somebody at the stash. Okay. No, you're not, J-Mac. You don't like me. Even though you've been subbed to this channel for what? How many years? You just forgot to cancel your subscription. That's all it is. You've just been too lazy to cancel. That, and you like that Ultra Instinct Goku sub badge. That's all it is. You're just going to keep that. That's all. Yeah, the refinement one. Yeah. You sub manually every month? Wow, this dude committed. Does it manually. Yo, that is. And you didn't forget every month? You just yeah, get split up in killer things. Sometimes I forgot. Actually, most of the time. Bro, I be forgetting. That's why I just do the auto. Yeah, there's certain streamers that have on auto that I know that I'm just sub anyway. So like Sail Kittens is one that definitely auto. Is it ever acceptable for a parent to go down to slides at the playground or not? I mean, yeah. In fact, screw going down slides. I mean, if you're a parent, you can still go up the slides. I mean, it's still cool to go up the slide, unless Like you could tell which parent was the cool parent, or how cool they were when they were growing up by if they go down or up the slide. If your parent went down the slide, they did not have as good of a childhood. I'm just saying. I'm judging you. Have I seen Overpower Flurry? I have. Sure have. Hackbeard said little one was climbing up the slats all week, and I not only helped them, not let him, but helped him. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. A+ parenting. That's how you do it. "20 years ago, I had to go up the slide. Not today." Yeah, I really out here climbing up slides on the weekend, bro. When the back before McDonald's stopped doing the what was it the ball pits or whatever, before they got rid of the ball pits, I was still going and like, you know, jump in the ball pits and like, you know, do backflips and all that kind of stuff. I mean, the parents wouldn't be too happy that I was in there. Because then, like, obviously they didn't want their, you know, little son or daughter in there with a grown man, obviously, and in the ball pit, which obviously understandable. I obviously, right? But it meant that you had to wait your turn until I was finished. I don't care how old you were. Like, you have to wait your turn. I'm in there enjoying the ball pit. Your 4-year-old can wait. There's a slide and other stuff that they can do while I'm enjoying the ball pit. Just saying. There was no age limit on who can be in the ball pit. So, just saying. All right, who's next? OP Flurry is fun. I guess watching the gameplay looks a lot. It looks a lot like Death Trap. Like back when I had some friends that were kind of putting it together, or whatever, before it kind of came out. Like it looks a lot like playing Death Trap Rogue in a sense. This is that Flurry's doing the damage instead of Death Trap, but the playstyle is identical, basically. The only thing I don't like about that build is that it is like, and the reason why we don't have it on Maxroll, like we don't have that set up on Maxroll, is because literally, it's like winning the lottery to be able to get the gear and the right masterworks for it. Because if your masterworks are only okay, then the build performs kind of crappy. Even get the gear is already almost impossible. So like, it's some like wizardry, man. Like I promise you, you will win the Mega Millions before you have the necessary gear to get Overpower Flurry to perform extremely well. So it's like, that's why we really couldn't like promote it on Maxroll, because it's like no one's gonna get the gear for it. Like, say I want to play this build. I'm like, yeah, well, good luck. At the end of the day, hell, I mean, granted, I'm not gearing for it or saving gear for it, but like even with the amount of hours I played, because I don't really do any trading, I wouldn't even be like halfway to having the gear for it. Like if I just played without trading, I would never get the gear for it, ever. You gotta buy a lottery ticket. The C6. Yeah, but I do think that it is kind of cool that, you know, we're seeing Flurry do stuff, right? Flurry getting some, you know, attention or whatnot. I actually think regular Flurry can actually hit the 100 too. Like the non-overpower Flurry, I think, can actually reach 100 with some, you know, luck and, you know, fishing and all that all that jazz. Korean gear. The Chinese gears. Yeah. For the exact same reason, I think Maxroll should put some explanations for those 3 passive amulets. So that's the thing. We used to actually not do 3 passive amulets, and I argued for that case to continue to have it that way. And then Lamania, what's going on? The problem with that though is that people kept saying, "Oh, well, Maxroll guys are not fully optimized because they don't have like the perfect affixes everywhere." Or whatnot, so people started getting upset that we don't give the best options on our guys sometimes, even if you can never find a 3 passive amulet. So now we put 3 passive amulets on our guys, and now we have the opposite problem, right? Where it's like, why you put an amulet that is impossible to find? Well, you know, so it's a lose-lose situation, like no matter what you do in that sense. Based off of pure statistics, it's not worth making a guide for something that isn't easy attainable. That's pretty much it, yeah. Kind of thing. I mean, we might can make a variation. Like if DZ wants to do it, like if DZ wants to make a variation, OP Flurry variation in the same guide, he totally can. Like if he wants to, that's a on case by case basis, and that's if DZ really wants to do it. You should have a tab with ideal attainable gear. What do you mean? I do. On my Maxroll guides, literally, I have a starter, ancestral with no mythics, and then a mythics. I don't know why I keep TPing out and not just leaving the dungeon. Like, I don't know why I do that. It's so bad of me. Got done testing with the Cal over Shaco. Big difference? Yeah, it's crazy. Should do 2 versions of the same build. One with realistic fixes and the other build has all best and side fixes. You know what you should aim for. Well, so I guess yes and no. What happens is people skip the realistic version. Because the moment that you post the best in slot, people are not caring about anything else but best in slot. It's like, oh, best in slot. Oh, I'm looking at this, and then they complain that, oh, I can't have triple GA on everything. Why'd you put this here? And then we say, well, we do have a realistic version. Like, yeah, but it's a realistic version, the best version. It's like, well, not really. Well, I want to do the best version. I'm like, okay, well, then it has triple GA on everything, but I can't do triple GA on everything. I'm not just saying this is. I'm not making this up. Like, this is what happens. Right. That's why we only do 1 GA on our planners, 1 GA triple masterwork or whatever, because people will just skip anything that isn't best in slot and then be upset that they can't achieve that thing. So I know it's not our problem, it's not our fault. People are going to be people like that sometimes, but we do serve the public, and it's just best to be able to kind of have something that makes sense to the player base instead of just kind of like dangling a carrot over them and something that they would never be able to achieve, that no one would ever be able to achieve technically. Embros, what's going on? Thank you for your videos. I look forward to them each season since I started playing Rogue. Very nice, thank you. I shall continue to be doing that every season. The idea is to make 3 to 4 build guides roughly every season. Most of the ones that I end up playing or responsible for on Maxroll. Maybe add a disclaimer. People don't read disclaimers. Low key so. People do not read disclaimers. You wanna know how I know? We had the disclaimer, quote unquote, on having people to slide the Paragon, like slide the little whatchamacallit on our guides for like a long time. And people would get upset because it's like, hey, your guide only has one Paragon board. Like where's the rest of them? Like, do you even know how to guide? Right? Do you even know how to guide? And we're just like, did you read the thing where it says slide the bar to progress Paragon board? And the answer is always no. I mean, to be fair, it's not like in big neon letters flashing or whatever, so it's not the easiest thing to see. But if you were just reading the guide, you would come across it. But if you're just skimming it, you will miss it. We have refined our guides on Maxroll so many times based on just the amount of like feedback and comments we get about certain things. And like sometimes it is ours. Like sometimes it is us, where it's just like we could have made that like more clear, or you know, maybe we should take out this fluff and whatever like that. So I mean, we've done a lot of that. But then other times it's just how do we make it super clear and obvious what we're trying to portray, right? And like that can be really hard because people are different, right? So yeah, functions that optimize the gear, or is that done by player through trial and error? I mean, most of it is just more of just we know our class, the game, whatever, to a T, that we just kind of know. And sometimes even with us mathing it out and having planners and thinking, oh, this is gonna work, you still don't really know for sure until you actually play the game or that season, because there's gonna always be new things and things that change all the time. Matty Ice, you're good. So like a lot of times, like I will come up with something, right? I'll come up with a build, or I'll make a planner. But I think what people notice, the people who have been in my stream for a while, if you notice, I don't finish the planners. I don't make like GG planners before the season start or whatever. Like I kind of leave some room for experiment because I know crap is gonna change every time. So like I'm like, I'm not quite sure this is gonna really work out because I know these things might change. So I never like finish a planner until like a full planner until like the season launch. Now I do it for Maxroll, but like my own personal planner, I kind of just wait. And I'm just like, all right, well, because it changes every time. I mean, you can even look at who's a great example of this. Crafty is actually a really good example of this. I'm gonna use Crafty because Crafty's a baller. Like Crafty is very meticulous in his calculations and what he does for his planners. Very meticulous. I'm sure him and I actually on Rapid Fires made several different planners before the season started, right? Had some really cool ideas, etc. And like, how many times have you seen him change his planner now since launch? Despite having all the things we've had for some time before the season launch, like there's just no way for you to know everything until something actually launches, because you don't know what is bugged. We don't know what is going to be bugged, what isn't going to be bugged anymore. He just changed today. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, you just hidden patch notes. Yes, very much so. Your build, what is the maximum level of pet we can do? Well, we is going to be a how do I say this? If you have Korean gear or Chinese gear and you fish for hours upon hours like you do any other build, you're going to push the highest you possibly can with, you're looking at about like a 107, maybe slightly higher because it is a precision build. However, 99.9999% of players will never see that pit level, because 99.999% of players will never acquire that type of gear and or fish to that degree. But if you just want to know what it's capable of doing, it's about like a 107-ish. Maybe a little higher. I'm probably lowballing it, but appreciate the follow. Does my gear qualify as Korean? So I haven't looked at it yet. Maybe. Maybe. But then you wouldn't be done yet, Crafter. You have to go into Chinese gear territory. Well, no, don't go into Chinese gear territory. Don't do that. Nah. We don't want to see you RMTing anything. The current build gets to the highest pick currently, rapid fire. There used to be like a really big gap between rapid fire and some of the other setups, but now the other setups are kind of catching up a little bit, but they're not. They won't beat rapid fire though. I think rapid fire will always be roughly maybe 3 or 4 tiers of pit higher than what the others can do. So I actually think it's kind of healthy on the Rogue right now. Like the fact that there's several builds that can clear up into like the mid hundreds. And rapid fire is like, maybe 5 tiers above that. Like, I think that's actually pretty healthy for the class, honestly. Chinese gear is full of art. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't reach that threshold. You wanna go for Korean gear, not the Chinese gear. All right, you should be next. All right. Spiritborn still the best. Well, Spiritborn as a class, their builds, their best build is 100,000 times stronger than the next best build in the game that isn't Spiritborn. I'm not even exaggerating. So we don't even count Spiritborn in this equation. Bring back Twisting Blaze, Death Trap. I mean, you can do it if you want. You can still technically do it. So when you say bring back, I mean you can do it. And do all the content in the game and do it. Clang with the sub, appreciate you. It just feels more fussy now. I guess, yeah. I think the thing is that I think I had this conversation earlier about the whole pit thing. For those who may or may not have been here, like I really honestly think pit should just be progression based, and that's it. Like I think the whole idea of testing out character strengths should not be, pit should not be the metric. Like cap it at 100. Let it still be progression based in terms of glyphs, or you want obos or whatever, and then make Infernal Horrors like the true in-game test of your build, so we can get rid of all the fishing and imbalances of boss HP and all that crap. So you're saying I should go rapid fire in your new rogue? So rapid fire is the hardest rogue build to play. It's actually the reason why it's always been one of my favorites. Is because it's a challenging build that requires you to be really good at the class and stuff. So it just depends on how much work you're wanting to apply on your rogue. I'll put it that way. If you like it, for sure do it. Do it. Not trying to discredit, whatever. Just there's always that like explain to people that you have to you know, try on Rapid Fire Rogue for it to actually like perform well. I get more comments about Rapid Fire in terms of why they're not dealing any damage. Like whenever like someone's, you know, reading a guide on Maxroll with Rapid Fire, and I have to explain to them what they're not doing, right? And it's like, you know, 40 gajillion things that they have to kind of keep, you know, keep track of. But Peach, what's going on? I mean, there's total builds that can reach pit 150. Yeah. Like all classes use. So I don't understand what you mean by useless to play though. Please explain to me that if a class doesn't do a 150 in this game, what happens? What happens to all the other classes that don't reach 150 pit? I would like to know. Can someone tell me? Because I missed out. Like I totally missed out. Do I get a sponsorship or something, or does my credit score go up, or is my credit score decreasing because I haven't gotten the 150 pit yet? Because I'm not playing a class that didn't reach the 150. I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't. I'll say this. I would not say that is build good for speed farming. Yes, I speed farm pits with this all the time. It's actually one of the better speed farmers in pit, believe it or not. I'm not saying that like people want to feel a little, you know, better about stuff, right? You know, about their damage and what they're doing, but like I feel like the idea of something else being completely useless because something else is dealing 100,000% more damage. Useless is just such a weird word to use. Are you jealous? Probably. You're probably hella jealous. I'm not saying you can't be. Useless though is probably a different word, because I mean there isn't anything in this game that I can't already do that is necessary. That's necessary. Road stuck on 105 pit? No, it's not. 111 has been cleared, but my point is that there's nothing valid in this game to do past 100 pit. What do you get for doing a 1-on-1 pit? Like, please explain to me, someone. What do you get for doing 150s? Like, what happens in the game? You lost the identity of all build. Well, that doesn't make you lose identity at that point. So if you like pit push, okay, fair. But if you like pit push and Spiritborn does it the best, then I guess at that point for you, play Spiritborn. Doesn't mean the other classes are useless for everything else that isn't that, because you still can do legit everything in the game. Like, you're not locked out of content because you chose a different class. So I guess finding the word useless is such a weird way to like phrase that. Like, do you feel a lot weaker than Spiritborn? Well, hell yeah. Like that's a way to phrase it. Yo, the other classes are like a jillion times weaker. Yep, that is facts. Compared to Spiritborn, that is facts. You also say that 1,000 times. No, not 1,000 times. 100,000 times. But my thing is that like I'm still kind of caught up on this word useless though. Like that's just like being upset because someone has more money than you at the end of the day, right? Like, you know, someone got driving a nicer car or a nicer house, and like, you know, you can't live life because someone got something better than you, right? Like I don't know. It's just not. But in this case, if you want that, play Spiritborn for now. You know, like if that matters to you that much, play Spiritborn at the moment. But I mean, I can enjoy any of the other classes currently, despite Spiritborn being Spiritborn, because I can play everything in the game that actually matters. Now, it'll be a different story if, like, let's say the other classes couldn't clear like a pit 80 or something. Now we got a problem. Or the other classes can't do Dark Citadel, or the other classes can't do Infernal Horrors or whatever. Now there's a problem. There's an actual problem, because now you're gated from doing other content in the game. This didn't need mythics. No, you can do it. You can do this without mythics, actually. I mean, you can literally. How can you get the Maxroll? You said someone went before you. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, it gets to state I don't need push, but like after these pit push and fast clear. Well, fast clear pit you can do. Every class can do fast clear pit. At that point, the number is pretty much. I mean, the number next to it is just more health and more damage. There's that funky jazz trumpet, yes. If you can do it on 3-minute farmer, it's not challenging. What's the point? Yeah, yeah. Also fair, crafty. Vukeos. No. How my students do? Grand champions yesterday. And my specific percussion students got first place twice yesterday, so that was great. That was good. A good way to cap off the season, though. I'll put it that way. Yeah, it was great watching them, seeing how excited they were. Do my students know I dabble in Diablo? Yeah, they do. They know. They found my stream. It's not like it's hard to find. If they do anything Diablo related, or go on the YouTube Diablo channel where I have 3 game guides for the channel, I mean they're gonna see my face. I'm the only African American that actually makes consistent content for Diablo 4. So it's like there's only one. So it's like you can't really mistake or mess that up, right? It's like, hey, that guy looks familiar. You finally got into the Discord? So do you know a lot of people that can do it in 3 minutes? So it's still a huge challenge, eventually. Well, it's not that it's a challenge for people. It's more so they just don't have the gear for it yet. They can all do it if they have the gear and they just know the right buttons to push at that point. I mean, at that point, yeah, I mean, they all can eventually get to that point. Obviously you also need the right boss or like that, but I mean, anyone technically can do it. It's not a, oh, this person is better than someone else type thing. It's more of a, oh, do you have the gear on that class to do said thing? So it's really, it's not a huge challenge as it is just having the right stuff on Spiritborn. Well, in the game in general, but we're talking about Spiritborn here. It's not a huge grind. Oh yeah, it's a grind. Yeah, it's a grind. But grind and challenge are 2 different things, though, right? Grind is just playing the game, putting more hours towards a game. Challenge is something that requires you to have to like do something or be good at something. I'm gonna say I'm good at something, but like, you know, a challenge is something that requires you to have to overcome, achieve, you know, because you personally did something in some way, shape, or form to cause said thing to happen. Whether that is with hand dexterity, strategy, etc. Like that's what I call it, a challenge. The time investment is a challenge. Well, I mean, yeah, but then there's also, I mean, you can kind of skip that by trading. You know, you can buy your gear, and then all of a sudden that time investment is no longer a time investment. So at the end of the day, it's just, do you have the thing or not? They're going south, okay. Appreciate the follows. But I mean, again, yeah, like I said, time investment though, like, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I mean, imagine me applying, like, imagine looking at that, like, let's say from an overall general perspective. If time investment is a skill or a challenge, then like I would totally say that like tying my shoes or learning how to tie my shoes, I'm like, you know, that's a challenge. Or, you know, being able to walk right now in its natural form is a challenge, because when I was younger, it was a time investment. Like, I know what you mean, but like at the end of the day, it's kind of a, it's, I wouldn't really call it a challenge, but yes, there is time investment. Is it a challenge to go to the gym or time investment? Actually, that it gets, that probably depends. Because like, I mean, if you, depends on your economic status or your what, you know, whatever. Like maybe going to the gym, you know, might be a challenge. Maybe you actually have to walk there. Maybe you have to, like, you know, fight 3 gangs along the way, right? You know, it might be, you know, maybe you come across like you know, cartel or something along the way, right? And then maybe like you catch the bus, right? And like the bus driver is like, you know, giving you crap or whatever, right? And like making you late to get to the gym. You know, that, I mean, we that could be, that's challenging, right? Or literally, you know, someone can just drive there and it's like 5 minutes away, and it's like, oh well, then there's no challenge going to the gym. I'm just saying, you know. So like, getting to the gym might be, it's probably different for each person, kind of, right? This is not even like including, you know, work and, you know, like, you know, kids and all that stuff, right? 3 game fights on the way to the gym. Whenever you did anybody likes trading? I think probably the general consensus is that like, if trading was like something we can do in game, like if there was an in-game marketplace, I think people would like that a lot more. The idea of having to kind of leave the game to talk to individuals on a third-party site is so 2000s that it just makes zero sense that that is the best way to kind of go about getting your stuff in the year 2024. It just seems so silly. That's what we're reduced to doing. You guys are right. It's more about prioritizing the activity and the diet. That's that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I was up this way. Time management. I'm gonna say time investment, but time management is probably a better way to say that, right? What up, Endeavor? What's happening, man? I don't trade, so how did trading ruin your game? So, I'll give you some examples. It's not a direct thing, but I'll give you a couple of examples of how trading can affect people who don't trade in the game. So, duping. So, if there are a bunch of players running around with dupe gear, dupe perfect gear, because the only way you can get the dupe gear is if, well, you trade, right? Yeah, I mean, so you dupe. There's a bunch of gear that really shouldn't, that you can never ever at any point achieve, and then you do activities, let's say on a said build, right? And then you're able to do something on a set build that you technically would not otherwise be able to do had you not had that dupe gear. Now the balance assessment is based on people having dupe gears, which trading allowed, versus having the assessment of what the build can actually do. So if any balance decisions are made based off of what they see people do with dupe gear, because they're seeing, you know, let's say for example, pit clears or whatever, highest clears, then that directly affects the people who don't trade, because, well, they had nothing to do with that. So maybe it could be your favorite build that you were playing, all of a sudden might get, you know, a little bit nerfed. But it's like, bro, I didn't have the triple GA, 4 quadruple GA stuff on my gear. Like, why am I getting punished for that? That's like one example. Now, it's not like an extreme example. Ideally, that isn't something that is a common occurrence, but that does have an effect. And I say this as someone who like had to kind of give feedback on why something isn't doing as well as it should, or why something is doing better than it should per se. And have to give them clear feedback and like this is not the normal person's experience. I've legit had to say that before as feedback. Again, I'm not saying trading is bad. I am not on the trading is bad bandwagon at all whatsoever. Like, I just want to put that out there. I'm just only giving an example on like how sometimes stuff that are bad that happens with trading that isn't good can affect those who don't trade in terms of decisions made in the game itself. It's unfortunate that it's that way, but it happens sometimes. Riptide with the gamble all in. What's going on? Riptide, no shame. Just he goes in all the time. 100%. Doesn't even matter. Gamble all. In fact, I'm inspired. Let's gamble all. Dang. Rip. It's all right. Which Rest some, what's going on? He said it's time. Endeavor, you still there? Chat's going wild, so your comment got eaten up. The economy is gone. But you know the house always wins, so just saying. I lost on mine. Took me a whole week to a week of some change to get all that, man. Lost it in like a second and a half, 2 seconds, man. Feels bad. C6. Is it too easy? The casino is restricting your plates. Crafty redeem mod poem. Alright, J-Mac, you're up. Or Peacha. No, not J-Mac, sorry. J-Mac's not mod. Peacha, you're up. I'm gonna use this. All of my mods are legit mods that I just like kind of randomly chosen. That never asked for the job. I was like, hey, he's here enough. No, I'm sure he'll make a great mod. The only one that actually like, you know, like actually had like qualifications of modding in general, like, you know, like actually like, you know, does the mod thing was Mika. He's like legit the only one. Everyone else was literally just kind of like they come in one day or one stream and there's a green sword next to your name. It's like, hey, he's like, hey, what is this? What is this? I'm like, you're a mod now. I was like, oh, okay. No training at all. Just literally just, you know, have at it. Good luck. Just like been following your guys and loving. Do you think the Barrage or Heartseeker build can push this as good as Rain? I think Rain's a little stronger. Well, in terms of like pushing is concerned, mainly because Rain of Arrows is a precision build. Precision builds kind of have an advantage in the pushing category just because trick attacks have such an insane scaling that they're just really good at being able to crank out damage at the high ends. That's why rapid fire does as well as it does, is because trick attacks at the moment, trick attacks and precision. So Rain of Arrows gets that kind of benefit. Obviously, it's not as, you know, we're not talking about like, you know, rapid fire good by any means for Rain of Arrows, but like Rain of Arrows does really well in high hits because of the fact that it's a precision build. This doesn't make like Barrage or Heartseeker bad by any means. It's just precision builds scale better in general. Just thinking of using Rain of Arrow as a knockdown source for rapid fire. I've thought about that too. But I guess, well, I guess for pushing, I guess you should have enough time in between, I guess, to be able to use Rain of Arrows enough, I guess. I mean, it'll probably be like every other pack for you though, right? Crafty, probably, to get the Rain of Arrows benefit. I mean, with Cal, it's like a 6 point something second knockdown, almost 7 second knockdowns. It's kind of huge. Oh, I forgot about the Thug Life glasses. I'm sorry. All right, next run. I'm sorry. Next run. I saw the redeem, but totally just forgot. My bad. Making some C tier Spiritborn builds before you go back to OP Flurry though. That Disney thing always trips me out. Jim, get on the bus. He's okay. I at least got my cow trap out before he killed the dude. Appreciate the sub. What are my materials at now? Oh, 26k. Okay, nice. Alright. Gotta get Justin. Who is it? Just somebody. I forgot it. I wonder if he's still here. There we go. I gotta stop teleporting now. I'm bad. So bad. So let me ask y'all questions real quick. Honest questions. And this isn't like I'm not throwing shade or anything. Because like we all have done this. I say all of them. Let me phrase that. So honest question. What makes games so different now that we have a hard time with our hands versus games back in the day where we always pushed a bunch of buttons and we just never, that was never a bother to us? At what point did pushing a bunch of buttons all the time become a bother? Age? Okay, fair. I'm just saying, because like I just remember like anything on controller, like, you know, any game I grew up playing with controller, like, I mean, I slammed all my buttons all the time, right? Like all the time, and like we were just like, that was okay. Like we never thought about, you know, finding an alternative or anything to that, right? So like just a legit question, like in like a sense. I mean, age is a very good answer. I'm definitely not knocking that. But like, if you're like 20, you know, maybe at that point, I'm probably wondering. It become a bother because it's harder to watch a stream or Twitch if we use too many buttons. You know what? Best answer ever. I concede. I have nothing to say. That is legit the best answer I've ever heard. I think the improvement to the computers running the games, meaning the mechanical prowess needed, has probably increased as well. Well, true. I guess you could say that. I guess I just wonder sometimes because I think about other games, right? It's like, Diablo's really not a, at the end of the day, it's not a complicated mechanical game, right? Like nothing like, let's say, playing Counter-Strike or like, a fighting game or something like that. Like, but those require you to, do lots of button pushing nowadays. So it's like, do we avoid games that have button pushing requirements now? If we can't find a way to like macro them in a sense. And again, I'm not knocking it. I'm just wondering like how do so many other games also still have like such high player base, given the amount of like button pushing that a lot of these games really do like require. They require a ton of button pushing. But I think in action RPGs is probably the genre that I see the most that people don't really like pushing buttons. In general, like whether it's because of an issue or whether just not liking pushing buttons, like whatnot. I think I see more cases about not doing it than anything, at least from any other game dramas that I've ever like played. So it's just something I thought about. Also, controller ergonomics is much better than mouse and keyboard. I don't know about that. I think a poor mouse and keyboard setup, you can argue that case, but I know I have quite a few friends who do have hand issues who played fighting games and controller for years. But it could just be, I mean, some of it is just basically how you do it too, right? It's not all the controller's fault. But yeah, I mean, controllers are generally built to be a little bit more ergonomic, while mouse and keyboards are not generally designed with gaming in mind as the primary source or whatever, unless you're getting a gaming mouse or a gaming keyboard. But ergonomically, keyboards were never designed with gaming first in mind, whereas controllers were. So I guess that's a good point. Hey, Di, why take Cold Imbuement for Heartseeker if it's not in the bar? We don't anymore. Pushing buttons to a stream is like OP Flurry when you're doing the same content you've been doing 2,000 hours with TDs. But wouldn't that be the same case for fighting games? Like the amount of hours you spend would be kind of irrelevant, because in order to be good at something or to get to your goal, whether that's ranking up in Street Fighter or getting enough mats in Diablo 4, you still got to put in a crazy amount of hours to do it. So that's still a lot of button pushing continuously over and over, right? Like, but I would say definitely age makes a lot of sense though. Like I think age, and of course people want to watch the Twitch thing, right? It's like, yeah, I want to watch the Oxide on Twitch, and if I got to push more buttons, I can't watch the Oxide. I mean, that's probably the best answer ever. Maybe, but not everybody has the same goal. Oh well, I mean, this has nothing to do with me. It gets more so of like the amount of buttons being pushed. It's not like a goal. It's just if you're there's 6 skills, so there's gonna be supposedly 6 buttons pushed, I guess. Ideally, obviously that's not going to always be the case. Some builds will not require that, but like there'll always be like 6 buttons pushed. So I'm just talking about in the journalistic sense. This isn't a me versus anyone type thing. It gets more so of, I hear this case a lot more in action RPGs than I do any other games. And honestly, I guess if I had to compare like this game versus other games I may have played, I can choose to push more buttons in this game if I wanted to. I could totally not do that. But other games, I don't have a choice. It's like, if I want to be good at those, whatchamacallits, I got to push a lot of buttons. It's just a natural thing. But Like I said, it's just a curious question. I just kind of want to know what people thought. Even fighting games are becoming more easy and accessible. Yeah, but you still gotta push. So even if there's less buttons to push, you still gotta push them often. Was overall stronger, random arrows or Heartseeker? I would say random arrows. Hey Justin, are you there? Are you there still, or are you gone? You said you don't put Cold Imbuement on Heartseeker. It's on the October 19th guide. For Heartseeker? Hold on. You here? Okay. What's your battle tag again? Sorry. Oh, okay. So on the skill tree, yes, you keep it on the skill tree, but you don't put it on the bar. He's saying that it's on the skill bar. I'm like, no, it's not on the skill bar. It shouldn't be in the skill bar. It'll be on the skill tree because you need to take Cold Imbuement to get the benefits of Cold Imbuement. But it shouldn't be on the skill bar. That's what I'm saying. No, yeah, okay, so it's on the bar. So yeah, you still take Cold Imbuement because you want to get the benefits of it. You want the vulnerable damage. You want the 20% and then 40% from the missed Cold Imbuement. So you still want Cold Imbuement because you get all the perks for having that because of Cold Clip. Okay, yeah. I thought he was saying it was on the bar. I'm like, okay, no, that shouldn't be the case. It should not be in the bar. So yeah, we take it for all the benefits. We still put points into it. All right, Flawless, I'm sending you requests now. And I think after this, I'm gonna try to roll my whatchamacallit. Dang, my raw high is pretty low. I'm about to do some boss runs. You can collect from sellers. What do you mean? You need to answer the poll. What poll? What poll? Oh, did someone make a poll? Oh, he's on the to show him the tooltip. Just the worst world's way to farm it, but fair. So kind of Blizzard to not tell us about the crazy goblin. Your other hand is busy. It's like at the Sam Brewer. When we do boss, when I do some bosses, because I probably will for some rawhide, so I can. I'm gonna have a lot of the master working, but probably not enough rawhide to do what I want to do. Probably. We'll kind of see if that actually ends up being the case, but then you can hop in. This be my last set of pure ass Undercity stuff. Yeah, farm bosses for Rawhide. That is the best way to do it, right? Can you combine it with Heartseeker? What do you mean? One of the two votes is from the what? Pewter, what's going on, man? Run. Lag. Oof. Where else has Heartseeker build? Yeah, can you combine them? You can't like you can't make both of them do damage, no, because they're two completely different builds. So you can't do like a hybrid where like Rain of Arrows and Heartseeker is dealing damage. Unfortunately, this game doesn't really allow for stuff like that. So there's a Rain of Arrows build, and then there's a Heartseeker build that has Rain of Arrows for support. Is Bach the rarest rune or what? I always kind of thought Lith was. Bach is pretty rare too, I think. But Lith is definitely pretty rare. Dancing Nazar Heartseeker. Is curious when it needs a party to get through. No, that's Dark Citadel. It's just more efficient to do these in the group. The cure ass stuff. Because you can kind of just split up and hit different spots and whatever. How do you know how many Undercity runs you've done? There is no way unless you've actually counted yourself or kept track of it yourself. But there is no like statistic in game that shows you. Appreciate the follow. Also, why we mentioned macro for OP Flurry is because the point where you literally won't be able to do more damage for gear, but only with APM. Oh no, I was just saying like I wasn't trying to make a correlation there. I was just saying in general. Like I saw that, but I wanted to make a generalized statement in general for any and all builds. I wasn't trying to like do a call out or a point or nothing. It's just that. No. It wasn't that. No, it wasn't that at all. Like I think it was just like legit a curious thing in a journalistic sense. Because I remember, I'll put it this way. Who was it? I don't know if you were here when I said this. There was somebody who was trying to play my Heartseeker build. Someone asked on Discord, he was like, I can't do the damage that you're doing. Does Heartseeker not deal damage? I'm struggling to clear hit 65 health. And so I was asking the questions. I'm like, oh, well, do you have this? Do you have that? And whatnot. And he's like, oh yeah, I have all those things. I'm like, okay, so are you keeping up your buffs? Like, smoke grenade, cow traps, those kind of things. And also Rain of Arrows for the witness buff and all those kind of things. And then his comment was, so Heartseeker by itself can't do any damage. And I'm like, well, I mean, everything else that you take in terms of your skills are concerned are to help your Heartseeker deal more damage. So, but he wanted to literally just press Heartseeker and that's it. He did not want to involve the other stuff. And kind of got a little upset that I told him that the other stuff was necessary for him to do more damage. And so, I mean, I wasn't like Spiritborn Kiss. No. I wasn't like coming at him by any means, but it was one of those things where like it kind of had me thinking in a sense where it's just like, what are you expecting at the end of the day when we have
We
six
just got raided, son.
like skills, right?
You know how we do. Drop my new
What is
beat
up?
for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What up, Sir Rock? What's
Seraph
happening?
graded my stream with 28 views.
What is going on? I'm just map farming at the moment. Nothing doing anything else. We need a special AA for OP Flurry. Yeah. I mean, I guess if we do so. Let's actually talk about that then. So let's actually like make that a topic then. So like, at what point does it become? I guess at what point do we feel that a build shouldn't require things that we have to do given the 6 skills that we have? Is there ever a point do you feel like, okay, Blizzard, that's too much, you know, and it shouldn't require, like, quote unquote, require a macro. Like that's probably the thought. Whereas, like, well, if I want to save my hands, you know, it's best to macro, right? And of course, Blizzard doesn't want you to macro, like, right? Obviously. So, like, at what point does anyone feel here on any build? You can say OP Flurry, but any build where a case of having to use all 6 buttons very often, right? In the case of OP Flurry is not right or fair or unreasonable. I'll put it that way. Unreasonable is probably the best way to put it. Like, do you feel like maybe like some buffs should have an auto cast option, you know, like, so let's say if it's just something like a skill buff, like something that, oh, you push it, it buffs your character, like, you know, should Blizzard require, like, you know, basically kind of have an auto cast option for stuff like that? Because there are some action RPGs that have done that, right? I mean, like, it's good. It's good conversation because this is stuff that I can kind of send over as like a, you know, as a Blizzard partner. Like, this is stuff I can say, hey, this is what we talked about in my stream. Like, I'm legit curious. So hardware macro is allowed though. Repeater macro technically is, per se, as long as it's one stroke to one keystroke to one action. So if you have 3 different macros per se to do 3 different options and it's all repeating, then that is allowed. But if it's one macro to do 3 different things, so one key to do 3 different things, that's technically against the TOS. But not the convo I was trying to have here. But yeah, I just want to know what you guys feel like, you know, is reasonable for a build in terms of like the amount of work and effort for something to be able to function well. Because obviously you don't want to limit the amount of buttons, right? You don't want to go, okay, well, we're going to have 4 skills in the bar instead of 6. But you don't want to do that. But that would be a solution, just not a solution anyone would want, right? So, as I was saying before, like the whole auto cast option, like having like having like an auto cast option or something on like some buffs or something like that. Like things are obviously buffed, like Warcry, for instance. Like, is there like a toggle auto cast thing? You know what I mean? But like a numlock trait. Well, I mean, it can just be a toggle. Like I bring that up because there were other games that had that. Was it Marvel Heroes? Marble Heroes Omega had a auto toggle or whatever, which was actually really freaking cool. But it wasn't on every skill. It was like basically like specific like buff skills or whatever. But I think they should bring in accessibility autocast for all abilities. It's impossible to prevent hardware from doing it. Just give it to everyone. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that, but I see the point. It's just it's a good choice to rock. Oh, you mean like the raid? It isn't for you. It's for folks with disabilities who need this. Well, yeah, but I think the idea though, Mika, is that here's my thought, and like I know this is like an extremely small portion of the player base, right? Or it's something that people don't really too much care that much about. But like, let's say if someone found a build that somehow does pit 150s in like a minute, and it's everything on autocast, and the dude just literally just moves his mouse to move. Like, those are, I know it's like that's more of an extreme case, but I wonder if it will ever get to a point where like you literally don't have to do anything. If we like, can we get to a point where you literally don't do anything but just move the mouse? And like, for accessibility issues, sure, right? Like I can understand that part of it, but you know, if that becomes the most efficient way to do a build over like that, everybody's going to do it, and then that kind of like defeats the purpose of the. I'm saying, let me phrase it. It doesn't defeat the purpose of it being accessible. It just becomes like, you know what I'm trying to say. But I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying. I think that falls into Blizzard on poor skill designing. For them to be automated or be able to be automated, is that, or just the idea of like them requiring a lot of work? Is that it's a video game that folks have fun? Well, I guess at that point we should probably not be talking about any competitive elements in this game then, and that might be fine. But if I was on Blizzard, it becomes so simple that it's autocast AFK mode. Okay, I got you. I got you. Okay, that's a fair point. Like D3 season 27 Strafe and Pale. Yeah, a lot of people just numlock that basically, or you know, create a macro to hit 4 different buttons. I mean, God 6 was like that too. I mean, literally, God 6 is still like that. Nah, but real talk, like I said, not like going from one side or another. Just kind of just getting an idea of the different opinions and ways that people think, because it's something that, again, I can kind of send over as information. Say, hey, this is what we talked about. What do you guys think? The Rustler. I do want to make sure I put emphasis for those who might be new to my chat that it is 100% okay to disagree, just as long as we don't like name calling. It's not. No one has done it yet, but like I just want to make sure that we don't get to that point. Everybody can disagree fairly here. I have no problems with that. But the moment that we get to like any sort of name callings of any sort, then yeah, that's it. Love to see Diablo restrain maybe in the future game where you limit to just passive. The poor design pieces being able to put any 6 skills in your bar, which out of swords, putting a bunch of skills to buff a single skill through multiplicative damage. So Captain Bumler, so ironically enough, Diablo 3 vanilla tried that actually a little bit before we had the elective mode thing. Actually, when you were leveling up, you almost didn't have access to elective mode initially, so you kind of had to. There were certain skills that could only go on certain slots on the skill bar. So they tried that, and people did not like that at all. It would. I see what you mean, though. I totally get where you're coming from. But I can tell you the amount of people that hated the idea of that being the case. It was a bit extreme. So it let the mode for the most part became standard on Diablo 3 because of that. But they did try that. They absolutely did try it for a short period of time. Yeah. I mean, personally, it wouldn't bother me. I think I'm probably indifferent about it because I'm gonna find something I like anyway. You know, whether they did or didn't do it. So I'd be indifferent about it, but I can understand. I understood the backlash at the time. I'll put it that way. Especially considering the state of the game at the time, right? Diablo 3 was not in a good spot to begin with. And a lot of skills were pretty useless. So it was kind of frustrating having to, you know, you had to pick in the category of useless skills and be forced to have it on your bar for no reason because it sucks, you know. But obviously, again, that had everything to do with, you know, other skills having you know, value or whatever, whereas that wasn't the case then. But yeah, like at the time, you know, the archery skill tree or the archery skill category, I guess you could say, for D3 was not great for demon hunters at the start. So if I was forced to have an archery category skill in the slot, at the time, I'd be a little not happy about that. You want your potion belt back? Why does Blizzard hate my beloved druids? What do you mean? Why do you feel like they hate them right now? Other than, like, you know, tooltips not working like they should, or, you know, tags not working like they should. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like Broiler's kind of hanging out in here, but if you obviously, you know, remove Spiritborn, a lot of the classes are quite. I won't say quite. I'm gonna say they're balanced because they're not, but like the balance is considerably better than it has been if you remove Spiritborn out of the equation. Not great balance, but better than it has been. But, you know. Waste feels like Drew is the slowest character leveler. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Worst class quest? Okay, I could probably, well, I wouldn't, I don't know. I did do Druid. I haven't done the Barb class quest to have an opinion on which one's the absolute worst, but yeah. I'm going the wrong way. But be sure to follow us. What should be rewarded in action RPG? I don't know. I think different people have different opinions on that too. I honestly feel like I'm playing the wrong game a lot of the times because like what I want out of action RPG is definitely not what I would consider the norm, and I've accepted obviously that I'm probably just a unicorn, and that maybe the action RPG genre is probably not for me, but I play it anyway. I shouldn't be as all classes equal awful, but it should be as good as. But what makes the other classes awful though? Like if you're comparing it to Spiritborn, then yes, all the other classes are bad. But if Spiritborn wasn't in the equation, would the other classes still be considered awful? Awful would be I can't play T4 with my class. Like that would be awful. Like you literally are struggling the entire time with great gear and in-game content. That is what I would consider awful. No class right now is in that field. But if you compare it to Spiritborn, well, that's obviously doing 100,000 times more damage than it really should. Then yeah, but that's the Spiritborn, not the other classes. That's yeah, I don't know if adding 100,000 times more damage to every other class to make them like Spiritborn is the way to go. John Clack, what's going on? How goes the grind? Not bad, not bad. Just farming some mats. There is a ZDBS rogue, I'm pretty, yeah, pretty much, yeah, there is. Quadrillions of damage? Quadrillions? How dare you insult these Spiritborn by saying quadrillions of damage? That's an insult. They do quintillions of damage. I'm not kidding, by the way. Like, quadrillions is like an insult now at this point. Like quadrillions was like so last week, man. I'm telling you. Grillions. How do I reset Renevero so fast? It's a build. Basically, it's a Renevero's build. There's a couple of things that make it happen, but it's not just a one thing. How come we want triple master where it basically attack speed over basic skill ranks? Because the Heartseeker isn't really doing much of the damage. That's why. Most of it is coming from victimize. So you want to attack faster to be able to proc as many victimized procs as you possibly can in a window, basically. So that benefits both your Heartseeker and also victimize. Whereas the basic attacks ranks only benefits just Heartseeker, and that's it. After the patch later, anyway. When is the patch later? Oh, when is this week's patch? Is it Thursday? Oh, it's Tuesday. It's coming a little earlier than I thought. Okay. The 29th. Word. I get paid on the 29th, actually. Well, for something. I'll put it that way. I think it's 29th I get paid. Yeah, I get paid on the 29th. Oh, the Halloween event? Oh, that is right. That is right. That's fair. Hey. Decoy. Guess where my head is at, seeing some of the skills on your skill bar do literally 10,000 less damage than your main skill doesn't feel great, at least to me personally. So I get that. I think that's just, see, I knew it, only Rogue's account. Yeah, I think so I get that too, man. I would like to be able to like have multiple reasons to have different skills in the bar rather than like having one skill and like buffing the crap out of it and hope it's good on all content. But that's kind of how action RPGs have been forever. Like that's literally action RPGs in a nutshell. You know, you can take it back to any action RPG right now and like it is literally that. It's actually why I know people are gonna like, you know, like are probably gonna be like, I can't believe you just said that, but and I know like this isn't really an action RPG what I'm going to mention, but Diablo Immortal. You can go ahead and get your last out now, but Diablo Immortal, like I felt had more reasons to put other skills in your bar that actually had usefulness that actually dealt damage. I remember when I played it, whatever, like I had multi-shot, I had chakrams, I had random arrows, I had like I had multiple things like doing damage going off while this other stuff was on cooldown and stuff. And then again it's more of an MMO-ish type game or whatever, but it had action RPG gameplay. Said Diablo Immortal was such a terrible move for Blizzard? Not really. I think people associate, like when you don't associate the game with, well, pay to win, like if you don't think about it in that sense, the game itself is actually a really good game. But the timing of which they announced the game, obviously, and the fact that it is a mobile game that has a lot of you know real money transactions and whatnot, then obviously you get a recipe for people saying what they say, which is true. But like as a game itself, like as a game, it's actually a really good game. Probably one of the better mobile games out on like currently. Yeah. You couldn't even grind yourself up without paying. The game now, well, I would say after I guess the first 3 or 4 months, they definitely made quite a few changes to the game. But I think if you only played it like in the first month and then that's kind of it, like it's quite a bit of a different experience. Even though the base game was still good then, the experience overall is going to still be better now. We can kind of like look at it like in the lens of like Diablo 4 in a sense. It's kind of the same thing where you play Diablo 4 Season 1 and your opinion on that game is nowhere near what it is now, right? Like, but anyways, I guess the point I was making is like I had reasons to have multiple skills in the bar, and they all had usefulness that actually did some damage as well as some sort of utility. Whereas, you know, in a typical action RPG, you pick one skill, buff the crap out of it, get it as low as cooldown as possible, or get it spammable, and then now you have a build. That is literally 90-something% of builds in action RPG in like a nutshell. It could have been a great pay-to-play rather than free-to-play game position. Oh yeah, but the company wanted money, and that was and that was a great way to be able to, you know, get them something, get another cash cow, I guess, using the Diablo name, which is exactly what they did. But with that being said, they did actually manage to make a good game itself, despite the, you know, those issues, right? The stuff that is tagged alongside of it. If Trick Attack doesn't proc on bosses, is it viable to find a better single target damage helmet? I mean, you really wouldn't be able to change out helms, right? I mean, if you're playing a different build, you might have a perdition. Like if you play other builds besides, like let's say random builds or precision build or whatever, you can always just wear your perdition helm when you're doing like duo runs or whatever. Avalanche, what was... It's interesting. I don't remember that so much. Which dungeon that was required for you to pay money to run? That part I don't remember. I remember there being like I mean there were... Yeah, I was trying to figure that out too as well. Like, I know there were like legendary crests that gave you a reason to run a regular rift, or gave more valuable, like make your regular rifts like more valuable to run, right? And you have to pay for those if you want more of those rewards or whatever, right? You can get some, but if you really wanted like your rifts to be really fruitful, you have to buy legendary crest. So that I remember, but I don't remember a single dungeon being locked behind a paywall. Okay, but that's different though, Avalanche. I think that, okay, that's different. But you literally could do the rift without the legendary crest. So I don't agree. I don't like that system either. I don't like that system either with the legendary crest. I don't like it, but that is different than saying you literally cannot play this dungeon unless you pay for it. Like that gives a whole different, you know, where someone is saying, "Oh, I can't play this dungeon if I don't pay for it." Oh, well, then that's like, you know, that's just a different precedent though. So yeah, we never had, Diablo never had that per se. But I don't disagree with the idea of legendary crests and what they represented at the time. I hated that too. But that was the, you know, pay to win mobile thing that they introduced in the game. And Saucer the Noob, sorry. You said just having issues without 100 and glyphs, so I melt through mobs, but T90 hit a brick wall at the boss. Yeah, that's just kind of what it is on precision builds. So like at that point, you're probably getting close to the point where like you might be starting to want to, like, you know, like, I won't say pushing point, but for precision builds, it's kind of like that. So like at that point, if you're trying to climb higher and higher, like you're just better off finding boss with ads at that point. That's just I mean, it sucks. It really sucks, especially like precision builds with Call the Nameless, because again, you get all that damage to have none of that damage on the boss, until ads come out, if your boss has ads. Yeah. But yeah, noob, I got you. Like I feel you. That's unfortunately that's just the way it is. But if you're just trying to level up gems or whatever, I mean, you can just throw in the hair perdition if you want. Like that would help a little bit. Not a lot, but it would help a little bit on the bosses. It'll take a little longer to get there, but at least your boss fights single target won't be that bad. You're sticking Lucian? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do Lucian as well. I'm just letting you know that it won't, like, you won't see like a big difference. You will see a difference, but it's not going to be like day and night difference on the bosses. You'll still have to do the thing that you do whenever you stagger the boss or whatever like that, because you're not going to do much damage until you stagger. So like you'll still have a lot of that similarities, but we both D3 and D4 at launch, and they both had issues and massive improvement after first expansion pack. That's the thing. D2 was kind of in the same boat too. Was kind of meh until the first expansion. They seem to, that just seems to be the MO now with Blizzard and Diablo games. Just like, you know, expect the launch to be really mediocre, right? And then, you know, expect it to be good like in about 9 or 10 months after. D2 launch was rough. Not many people seem to remember that. Oh, that's the thing. Like, I didn't even play D2, but I had a lot of friends who, in high school, who did, or who like started, you know, whatever like that. And I've heard some of the horror stories. But yeah, there is a part of the community that feels like D2 has never done any wrong, and it was perfect from the get-go. I'm older than God, so I remember it well. D2 was revolutionary at the time. When it first came out, yeah, doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't a good state, but it had revolutionary ideas. I'll give you a good example. Hellgate London. Hellgate London is a great example. Great ideas, horrible execution. Did I think Dancing Knives build is any fun? So it gets really depends. Like the reason why I don't play Dancing Knives is probably different than most people who may like Dancing Knives or not like Dancing Knives. And for me, it's because it plays it's pretty similar to God 6 Demon Hunter, in which I spent thousands of hours playing. And D3 and God 6 was considerably more fun than Dance of Knives in general. So, but the gameplay was pretty similar, like a pretty similar spin and win. So I guess I'm already kind of burnt out of the whole spin and win thing. So I guess I wasn't even interested when it first was announced. I thought the animation was really cool, but I wasn't interested in actually playing it just because I'm like, okay, I've done this for so many years already, you know. So I knew I wasn't gonna like mess around with Dancing Knives much. But like I said, that my reasoning is definitely different than most. But I mean, if you don't find it fun, for sure, switch. You know, definitely switch out of the build. Rogue got Rogue has plenty of good performing builds. You know, it'll be easy for you to find something you like on Rogue easily. Your Rain of Arrows guy was a guy. Thanks. Yeah, this thing. Yeah, I can't believe it ended up performing as well as it did. Hellgate has some cool ideas. It's a shame it fell short. Yeah. I remember that too because I was hyped for that game. I was hyped for Hellgate in London, man. I was all for it. You know, I played it right at launch. Everything. Raven, what's going on, man? How does this build solo compared to dance? I mean, they're both right. You know, they're both neck and neck. Now, when you say compare, I guess what is your metric in comparison? We're talking about speed farming. We're talking about pit pushing. We're talking about T4 in general. Like talking about just, you know, how many bigger pretty numbers does one build have over another? Like what's your metric? It's not due to season. Yeah, it's new to the expansion. Like it's the new skill. My metric is does Waller break the That's fair. Metric would be speed and easy AoE and boss kills. Wow, so easy. So really good AoE and really good boss and speed. Okay. Well, I mean, in that case, they're both very similar. Rain of Arrows obviously has more AoE. But boss kill times probably similar. Believe it or not, Rain of Arrows boss kill, like T4 bossing is actually like really good. Considering that it's an AoE thing. I will say that for like Nightmare Dungeons though, like Nightmare Dungeons, Helltide, I think Dance of Knives has an advantage because you can kill on the move. Whereas Rain of Arrows, you kind of have like a startup time, and you can't like cast and run. You have to kind of stick around and gather your Aether and Masterwork mats. So like Dance of Knives would feel better in that content for sure than Rain of Arrows. But personally, I would prefer to play Rain of Arrows for everything else. Oh yeah, I did forget about the doors in Nightmare Dungeons. Okay, yeah, I guess that's fair. I'll check. What'd you send? Oh. Tom, what's going on? Is Undercity Amulet passive bug? I don't know if it's supposed to give you a GA passive. It just says it passive. I don't know if it's supposed to be ancestral. But like, did you always get a passive on the amulet though? Yeah, Rain of Arrows is probably my favorite build this season so far. I would say so far. Just never know what I might run into next. I keep saying I'm done. I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna make a main build now for myself. And always end up like finding something else. Why no aspect of it that the building Heartseeker build? Well, towards the end game, you don't want that because it doesn't buff your victimize damage, and at that point in the end game, all your damage is coming from victimize. So like earlier on when you're just starting, you don't have a lot of vulnerable and things like that. You do want to buff your Heartseeker with the ability and Moonrise, but after a certain point when you start getting to the mythics, especially, your damage just scales crazy for victimize. So at that point, your Heartseeker damage itself just doesn't really catch up, and so you want to just build for victimized procs. I don't too much like that, honestly, but that's just kind of the way. That's just kind of the way it is. So that's what I'm trying to build, and I can tell I'm having more success with Shaco than with Cal. I have no idea how that would be the case unless your Cal is like a +1 trick attacks. Like in order for that to even be mathematically true, your Kyle has to have only like a +1 trick attacks, and that's it. Like just the awful Kyle. The moment you have +2 trick attacks and +2 unstable elixirs, it like craps all over Shaco. Even at that point. Except on bosses. Like bosses without ads, Shaco would be better. But that's the only time. It's 10.25 seconds the lowest CD for random arrows. Yep. Cannot get any lower than that. That's why the ultimate cooldown reduction on boots don't matter. Like people say, well, why don't you try to get GA on that? Like, well, why? Or Master Worker, but well, why? Because you're already capped. Do I use G-Hub macro? You mean macro? I don't use any macros in G-Hub, but I do have like layouts for different builds. So I do use G-Hub for that. Like I have like different profiles for different builds as well as different games. Relique, what's going on? I'm at the I'll probably bow out after this one. So this might be my last one, guys. Gotta actually start seeing if I can go for this helm. This masterwork on the helm. Yeah, grenades is in a very bad spot. I mean, technically a Shaco can kind of get it like to 9 seconds roughly, sort of. ish. I know that like so when you do like what is it? Like the Vex rune, like the Vex rune or whatever, the gain plus 3 skills or whatever, like that technically drops it down to 9 seconds when it's active. It's part of the reason why you want that rune. But you won't be able to get it below 10.25 with just like actual stats or whatever. But even so, it kind of literally doesn't really matter because usually one cast of Flurry should be able to get you down to the cooldown you want to be in. Alright, that's my last one. I see what my rawhide look like. I might have enough rawhide to just go for it. Yeah, 16k. Yeah. I think I'll be fine. I'll probably end up running out of my other map before I run out of rawhide though. Actually, maybe not. I don't even know. But yeah. I'll let you know if I'm gonna get back in. But GG's, y'all. You gotta do your massive need in the bar farm boss. All right, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. All right, where's this? All right. Yeah. All right, let's get this right here. Yeah, we're gonna. Oh, I forgot. I got in. Let me grab this real quick. You'll get ultimate cooldown on Beast. Yeah, but like you don't need that. Like literally, the ultimate cooldown on Beast Fall boost doesn't do anything. Literally. Like I said, this entire boot, honestly, I hate. I hate this boot just because of the fact that like nothing on these boots give you anything of value that you can't get anywhere else. You only want half of the unique affix anyways. So it's like, bro, if I can replace Beast Fall boots, I would. But man, that half of the unique affix is so important that like you just have to take it. Unfortunately. What should you be spamming as a fresh 60? A mixture between Helltide and Nightmare Dungeons probably. Because you wanna get your glyphs up too. Alright, so we're gonna go to this blacksmith here. Cause like no one isn't really ever here, so I'm gonna use this one. Alright, let's masterwork. Okay, +5 trick attacks. Alright, so I was already prepped for a little bit. Alright. Alright guys. Let him cook. I'm gonna get +7. Sag. Alright. Redo. Trick attacks. Gambits. Gambit. Gambit. You think about where Shaco and Master and cooldown reduction won't have any waiting time. Nope, it doesn't work that way. You can't go below 10.25 on your rain of arrows. So wearing a Shaco won't do anything at all, literally, because you get all your ultimate reduction here. All your ultimate cooldown reduction is literally on your rain of arrows amulet, Word of Con. So having a Shaco won't do anything for you. And even if you were to able to get it all the way down to you have no waiting time, you still have to cast Flurry because you still have to stack your precision stacks. Otherwise, you deal no damage. So you wouldn't even want to do that even if you could. Unless you like doing no damage, then that's a different story. Sana, what's going on? All right. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Trick attacks, okay. Crowd control. Disable elixirs. Attacks. Gambits. Crowd control. Crowd control. Crowd control. Okay, plus 5 trick attacks. All right, here we go, y'all. Let it cook. Let it cook. Will it be the 7? Ugh. So many times have I gotten that combination. Rough. Have a Scoundrel's Kiss for sale? I don't. This rawhide is about to be out of this rawhide. You think this build is taking enough to hardcore? Yep, sure is. I was running T90s on this with like 563 armor. So I wasn't even like, I was like halfway to armor cap, and I was like still surviving for whatever reason that is. Against physical attacks, which is nutty. Come on. Ah, boo. Attacks. Control. Out control. Trick attacks. Table elixirs. Table elixirs. Unstable elixirs. Crowd control. Control. Gambits. This is it. I can't. Alright, I'm out of rawhide. Alright, looks like we gotta do some bosses then.
Come back if you need the forge.
Camilla, let me actually check and see if I have any scoundrel kisses in general. 100 boss rushes, yeah, probably not that many, but oh, I actually do have some scoundrel's kisses. What are you looking for, Camilla? Actually, where is whatchamacallit? Who said that he had like a jillion boss mass? I forgot. Who was it? Matty Ice? Alright, I will invite you to party. Cool. I got 2 spots if anyone wants to do any Duriel. So I gotta try to master work this thing. It's eluding me. John. Okay. Oops. Looks like who else was it? Guess we'll go down to Durio there. They call me. Sorry, but you were 1 off or 1 out. Does dagger versus sword make a difference in random arrows? I would totally suggest to use the swords because you get the crit damage implicit. So the swords make more sense. However, daggers do allow you for your flurry to probably get 1 more breakpoint for spamming, but since Flurry doesn't do any damage, you don't really care about that. So I would suggest swords just because it just makes more sense. That B-net stinks. Use diamond instead of emerald for your weapon. Do you get more damage? No, because you already no. Ultimate damage technically is an additive stat, and the only reason why you want that damage is to cap off no witness legendary node. So once you get to 45% on your no witness legendary node, you don't want any more ultimate damage unless you just get it for free. So don't trade something like crit damage with skills with precision to something that caps after 45% here. So no. I guess we have no runners to Durio. I guess I'll run. I'm going. Joystick versus machine. Appreciate the follow. Just hate why beast fall boost without GA movement speed is solo. Yeah. Yeah. That's why you have to master work it a bunch of times too. Like just for it to feel good. But thankfully, the rest of the stats on like the boots are terrible, and you don't care about them. So I guess that's the only blessing in disguise, right? So your triple quit to Rotoworkon is wasted? What do you mean? Yeah, triple crit to GA ultimate damage. Well, no, it's not wasted. So I'll repeat what I said. Stacking ultimate damage past capping no witness is a useless stat for the most part, unless you get it for free. So when you look at your amulet, right? What else is there? Are you gonna want to master work at that point? So on the amulet, it's practically free because you can't master work the cooldown because you can't go below 10.25 anyway. So master working the cooldown is useless. The imbuement skills, the plus 10 imbuement skills is also useless to master work. The chance for random arrows to deal double damage, you might want to master work that once if you have low rolls on your sword. But if you don't have low rolls, then basically you don't need to master work it at all. So on the amulet, it's technically, the ultimate damage is technically free. But what the other guy was mentioning was trading out emeralds crit damage for ultimate damage. Now that's not free. Sell after this, guys. So you triple quick your ammo double damage. Are you over 100% now? Or you heard I preferred rogues. Decent amount of well, I guess my thing is that what is your what are your swords like? Are they low? Like, do you? I was gonna say you're still over 100 with both your swords and amulet. Yeah. So I mean, at that point, honestly, yeah. I mean, ultimate damage just makes more sense to have because there's nothing else better for you to take. But I wouldn't go, like I said, I wouldn't go out of my way to try to get more ultimate damage, like trade-offs. That's what I'm saying. Does a unique effect for beast fall boost matters? No. Like, so the range of it doesn't matter at all. This one just happened to be 0.75, but like if it's 0.25, it still doesn't matter. Yeah, so Thunder Eagle, so yeah, you did it right. Triple G and then on the ultimate damages because there's nothing else to take. And you capped your double damage already. Caltrap size duration. There's no reason to take duration because you can cast caltraps like super easily because you reset your skills all the time with random arrows. So you definitely don't need a duration. I guess caltrap size you could if you wanted, but I I mean, honestly, I think you'll honestly just get more value out of just triple masterwork and the ultimate damage and just keeping the Rent of Rails where it's at. Even if it is, you know, a small amount. Very nice, Crafty. Someone just got clapped. Alright, sell after this. Is this build solo for Torment? I mean, you can do everything with this build. It's not like for a specific thing. You can literally do it anything with this setup. Have I done my 150? Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. Day one of the season, bro. 150 was done. I did it in like the first 30 minutes of the season. You didn't see it, man? And then they like nerfed my build, like, you know, the next day because they just thought it was too OP, man. And yeah. True story. I mean, on what class are you expecting me to do the 150 on? On Spiritborn. So I guess at that point, what would have to happen is I will have to like make a Spiritborn, right? I have to actually like, you know, create a Spiritborn to do the 150 on the Spiritborn. And yeah, I haven't got that far yet. I'll let you know though. I'll let you know. I'll ping you. I know. We take Shroud mainly for the plus passives. Yep, that's the only reason why you take it. That's the only reason why any and every class take it. Are we selling? Okay. We can sell. Oh my god, somebody in chat said something dumb. So is this game pay to win now? You need runes. People, I usually don't even like respond to people in chats like that, but man, that is so. What are you winning? Yeah, that too. All right, sell after this. Behind what? There is no goal in you. D4. Try having fun. Nah, bro. You know how. You know how it is, man. People don't play games for fun. What? For fun? No. Have you action RPG'd in the last decade or two, man? People don't play games for fun. So that's blasphemy. You play action RPGs to take a screenshot on how big of a crit number you have achieved on said build. So you can tell your friends how much better you are than them. That is it. If you're doing anything outside of that, you are action RPGing wrong. Can you solo carry this boss with 4 people? Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I had a clip of me doing it. I don't think I like put it up or anything, but yeah, you can. Yep. Kill him before Duriel burrows and everything. Do you know if dance is not a shard combo points is bug? Combination dagger for combo points bet or if it's not intended to work. So it doesn't you cannot build points with it. I'll put it this way, it's not worth. It's probably easiest to say it that way. It doesn't really work well with combo points. I put it that way. That thing, it's a tooltip, and it says that you know there will be some benefits behind it, but there really isn't. Don't do it. It's literally bait right now. Paying $100 to show someone who doesn't care that you outmath their math in the action RPG games. Yeah, that's pretty well. Let's be honest though. Like $100 is not what you paid, and if you pay $100, you obviously overpaid, no, not overpaid. You bought cosmetics and stuff that you know has nothing to do with any of the game at all. So yeah, at this point, well, I guess if you include the base game and the expansion, then yeah, it'd be $100. You're right. But yeah, K9, yeah, it doesn't work that way right now, and it's literally bait, unfortunately. But I know what you're getting at though. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Like so, it is very unfortunate. But honestly, that's just how this game is. I'm just gonna put it that way. A lot of things don't function or work the way that they should. All right, sell after this. Similar to the next tech after sell stuff, I assume. Well, I mean that works. It just doesn't snapshot. But no, so that one actually works correctly. It just doesn't snapshot. Keep in mind, Against the Knives isn't really supposed to be snapshotting stuff. There are just things that it does, but I don't think that's really the intended design. So, no. Does the stealth damage bonus from Shroud snap? No stealth bonus anywhere from anything, whether it's from Shroud, whether it's from the ring, whether it's Anywhere, it doesn't matter. It does not snapshot it. What's my current crit damage for the build? A lot. Like 4,800, somewhere around that range. What's the best farming location for Cal Sky Hunter? Cal, Duriel or Andario. I would say Duriel because he's easier to kill. And for Sky Hunter, you gotta farm for Sean for that. It'd be hilariously broken if it's snapshot. I wouldn't say it would be broken, no, because it's additive damage. So it would be like, let's say, I mean, 20-something% more damage, if that, like 20-30% more, like more actual damage. So you're looking at what, 1.5 pit tiers higher than you normally would have been able to do if you were able to snapshot that. So not really, nah. It gets just like an insanely big number, but it's still additive with everything else you got. So now if it was a multiplier, a different story, but because it's additive, it's just, you know. Alright, salvage after this. Hey, so I got a helm. Lim Steakhouse. The more GAs the item has, the greater chance of memorable on the aspect effects. I mean, yeah. It's sad. It really is.
Use it well.
GA on the movement speed. Dear Bears, what's going on? Let me grind the hell out of the pit. I've been trying to get some trying to get this cow to work out. I'm trying to masterwork this thing. What should you be doing when she starts to phase the shielded statues? You have to kill the statues in the shield. So that means you have to like jump in the shield and like, you know, beat up the statue. All three of them. Can trigger the attacks roll on the amulet? No. If it did, rapid fire and rain of arrows would be busted. Actually, you probably wouldn't even go to the rain of arrows amulet at that point. Like the Word of Khan, you would kind of skip that and just go with the regular amulet and find like a different way to lower your cooldown. It'd be that broken. Yeah, and adding like +7 to trick attacks to like To a rapid fire build, man. Like imagine. Any build really, honestly. I mean, trick attacks would just be the best thing you can roll in the amulet period. On rogue. But you can't seem to get them down before the crazy stuff starts. If you're playing Rain of Arrows, that might be a little tricky. I think I wonder if Rain of Arrows actually hits the statues outside of the bubble. Because I mean I know like range attacks you have to get inside the bubble, but I wonder if Rain of Arrows can hit them outside. I'm assuming it can. So you say it doesn't? Okay, yeah. Well then you have to get inside then. Who cares? You're good, man. What her controversy should be a ring? I would prefer that, yes. That would make that would be a big buff to like Rain of Arrows if it was a ring instead of an amulet. All the stuff all the stats and stuff I'd be able to get on the amulet that I couldn't get before. It's actually quite like a part of me is it's just kind of funny how like strong this is. Like despite having to give up such a big important piece on like a gear. You said no. I love not having to find unicorn, and I get that. That's also true. That is also true. I'm not gonna play PoE's 2 is beta. No, I didn't pay money, so I won't have access. I do plan on playing it when it's out though. Like when it actually launches. Haggis burger with cheese. Appreciate the follow. I pay money for it. Yep. Look at the focus. Hi from Australia. What's going on? Maybe the myth is popping off. We have done a lot of runs though, so far. We're just like we're doing them really quickly back to back. So it's like. All right, sell after this. Oh, no, he. There we go. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. It's still on tourism every damage issue. Well, you also got to remember that on Rain of Rails, there's a casting time. So like the idea that there's like, you know, you got to wait like a couple of seconds before like the waves actually hit, also like extends the fight, that extends that part where you have to deal with that longer. That's what it is. So like on that fight, Rain of Rails is a bit more tough than it probably would be on other builds or whatever because of that. I'm about to be out of the materials opal. Salvage after this. You start playing a rogue when I'm using the imbuement. Does it change all my skills damage to that imbuement? Yes. He's got into a realm walker if I want to hop in and do materials. Would I be able to quickly get in enough to be able to do that or no? Total hop, invite me, or actually hold on. Let me see if I can actually do that. Hold on. All right, invite me real quick. Like, I didn't even know this was even the thing. Okay. I guess we'll see. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. I guess that works. All right, chat. Give me like 3 minutes. Which rogue build am I playing? Renovaros. I gotta get that chest. I always do. Oh, it's not chest this time. I keep clicking on it. I'm bad. Sphere. Retire. Alright, well, thank you for that. Alright, I'm gonna go join the other party now. But all the damage changes to that imbuement damage. Yeah, it becomes whatever that imbuement element is. So it just so your damage becomes that element. So if you do cold imbuement, then pretty much you are now at that point doing cold damage. Alright. Actually, wait a minute. I might have asked the wrong person. It's Matty Ice, right? There we go. Mental damage win. There we go. Where'd everybody else go? John. You can pick up more. Okay. Bob, are you still there? Is Bob still in the chat? Where's Bob? Just some duo runs, but I know Bob asked the first time and we ran out of slots, so I'm just trying to get some rawhide, that's all. Where do you guys find for your such a legendary? Really struggling to find good gear. I mean, it's mostly just random, honestly. I mean, you have a decent chance at it for in front of hordes, but other than that, it's just playing. Honestly, playing, gambling, whatever. If you do, yeah, Riptide, come on in. I called Bob twice now, but I think he's probably gone. So things like non-physical damage will scale my damage of an imbued physical ability if it's imbued. No, that part it won't. It won't do that much. It won't do that thing. I kind of think it really should, but game says no. Yeah, Stick has a 4-day guarantee. Oh, I forgot to put the Opal buff on. There we go. So Opals are best materials, basically. I mean, boss masks are good, or used to be, but they're no longer not bad. It's just that they're just so available that the materials is what you run out of, like considerably more. So materials for sure. You ever found like a single bow with GA crit damage? Let alone GA damage plus crit damage. Wait, what build are you playing that you want GA damage on? Sell after this. Game Grom, what's going on? He's on Dancing Knives. Actually, I didn't even know Dancing Knives wanted % damage. Yeah, I think like usually you would rather have the health there because it's hard to get health on mini slash right now on gear. So maximum life is about is this. You have Doombringer. Oh, okay. So you're like super tanky. Turtle Hop is saying that he has a bow for you.
See some steel you need? What's left, you ask?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty tanky in the Rain of Arrows thing. I'm not dying. I'm not dying to mistakes that I make, which feels really weird. Feels so weird, but I can't make this not tanky. It's just naturally tanky. So it's like I can't even like trim things and go like, well, let me just not take this instead of this. We have a new build trying out close quarters Dance of Knives. I will say this. So close quarters is pretty awful key passive at the moment, unfortunately. It doesn't have the scaler that like precision and victimize does in terms of like close damage scaling. Doesn't work the same way as crit damage for precision or vulnerable for victimize. That's why you don't see that key passive being taken. If it did, you absolutely would do Dance of Knives with close quarters combat, but it doesn't. Hell, I would sit there and like make a Heartseeker variant, a Heartseeker close quarters combat variant. Actually, if that was the case, but. Bob, what's up, man? I was trying to grab you like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. We had like 2 spots open. I was like, Bob. Yeah. At the rate we're going, I was kind of hoping to be able to maybe get lucky with that cow, but unfortunately, no. I might go for the 100 tomorrow. Or I won't say go. I just do the 100 tomorrow. I'll probably do it like probably towards the first half of the stream. Just so therefore I can get out of the way and say it did the 100. Too many masterworks I got to could use some help. Has nothing to do with the damage of the hit. That yep, pretty much. That's how it used to work, Turtle. It used to work that way last season, but not this season. It changes the weapon damage. Do you get anything spicy from dismantling mythics? You get a spark. That's the only reason why you do it. Gen Z, what's up? A spicy spark. Sparks are amazing. You gotta throw your melted heart in the trash right away. Are there any builds with like melted heart at all or no? Like, are there like legit, like literally any builds at all that uses that? I doubt it, but I don't know if like PvP or some super tanky set. I don't know. I can't imagine any build that would, but I mean, you never know. Spiritborn might find some bug with one of the unique affixes and like add like an additional 0 to their damage. Yep, turtle. Exactly. D4 Mikey, appreciate the follow. Like I said earlier, I like to identify as an infinite damage decimal. Demon, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. You're gonna hate this too. Triple crit damage reduction on materials. I mean, very nice.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
You went broke, but you got it. This is me, but the Rain of Rails build link in YouTube is giving you a profile not found error. Look on the Maxroll. Go to the Maxroll website. There should be a link in the description for that too. So there should be one for the planner and then one for the website. That should also have the planner. But I'll check the link, make sure that it all still does the thing. I'm about to go see what happened. Your entire screen isn't yellow. Do I use the tryhard para when I'm playing? Wait, what? Oh, tryhard para. Oh, the tryhard paragon when I'm playing. Is that what you meant to say? Oh, from the Oh, you're talking about the from the YouTube video. Yeah. I ended up just kind of scrapping that at the end of the day, like the tryhard paragon version of it, just because it just really wasn't worth it. What's performance feeling with the ultimate? I mean, I love this build. This build is like so much fun. Yeah, D4 Mikey. Yeah, I guess end up scrapping that just because, like, as someone who likes to push a lot of buttons and things, sometimes your precision stacks isn't predictable, I guess you could say. So trying to line that up with an attack that has the buff for dance, it just becomes way more work than it's worth. Like I tried it a lot, like, you know, back to back to back, and just like try to make it work to where it was like a smooth rotation or whatever. I just could never really get it consistently enough to make it work, or to make it worthwhile. Put it that way. Working 8 hours to catch me later. Hey, man. Oh, specifically PC performance. You want to know if your console's gonna blow up? No, you're fine. You're fine. I gotta play on medium anyways right now, just because there's a pretty big memory leak. So like I could play the game on like ultimate settings and stuff like that, all across the board when I'm not streaming. But the moment that I'm streaming, can't do that. Can't even play on high. On the girl, what's going on? How's it going tonight? Not bad. Just trying to, honestly, just trying to get the correct masterwork on this Kyle and Nameless. It's been eluding me a lot. Shot boys at the sub, appreciate you. Finally crafted Terriers last night for your Barrage build. Cool, cool. You didn't want to go for the Shroud anymore? Walk away. Rogue is your favorite. You guys made me hype to get back on one. This is an incredibly fun build to play for sure. Let Tyria some more survivability. Okay, that's fair. Fair enough. Well, congratulations. Did you get a good GA on it, or what GA did it roll? Oh, GL and damage reduction. That's very nice. Very nice. Am I winning? Sure. It's a rundown for rogues. I mean, rogues actually have a lot of good builds. Like, good builds. The metric being, I guess, for most players, can it do T100? And if that's the metric, then yeah, there are actually quite a few rogue builds that are doing that well. Some are going into the mid 100s, mid, like, you know, like 105, 106. So I actually think Rendervilles can probably hit towards the higher end of that, like 107-ish plus. Obviously with Korean gear and fishing for a Spirit Caller, of course, because it's a precision build, but definitely has the ability to do it. It won't be me though. I'm not gonna do that, but poor rogues. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty comparable to most of the other classes, with Necro being a little higher than the others. And of course, you know, Spiritborn is the outlier, but I mean, honestly, who's really comparing Spiritborn to other classes at this point? Good morning, everybody. Do I say what Flurry variation do you think is best? Out of which ones? I mean, I'm gonna say overpower Flurry, but problem with overpower Flurry is getting the gear is next to impossible. You see poison, physical, and overpower. I would say go for physical, honestly. Overpower is extremely difficult to get for. Yeah, I would go physical, honestly. A push play. Oh yeah, but then go physical. You'll have a lot of fun playing physical, honestly. I am Paragon 250, got all the items, temporary kind of perfect match, and I'm barely doing put 90. Anything I'm missing or tips? Can you tell me what build you're playing? What class, what build? Is there Arena Rose? Alright. So when you say you got all items, all tempers, do you have good rolls on these items? Do you have good master working on these items? Like, I think the idea is that, like, when you watch someone do something in a video that probably, like, spent quite a bit of time putting it, like, their stuff together, and then, like, if you just put your things together, or you just got, like, the items necessary to do it, then you're not going to deal as much damage as the person in the video. So my thought here is probably, if you just put the build together, then, like, being able to do a 90 with the build you just put together It's actually pretty good. John's like, but yeah, like I think masterworking correctly, getting big values on, like, let's say trick attacks on the cow, having a GA on the crit damage here. Like there's just a lot of things that you then just having the item, I guess you could say. Yeah, you're probably where you should be if your items are just like put together. Should create an easy facts so you can quickly answer a lot of easy questions. There is one. Each guy has them. Yeah, that's true. Each Maxroll guide does have a fact section. And Miko's right. A lot of players don't really scroll that far down. I mean, I guess I could make a command, I guess, for that. Or at least the in Twitch chat thing, but is that dude using the secret Flurry build? What's the secret Flurry build? Secret meaning impossible to get. The McFlurry build. Orange Jesus has smiled upon me. Has it? It does not want to give me my correct masterworking on trick attacks, I swear. Oh, Marcus. Cutting out the middle. I've decided to sacrifice my grandchildren to get that amulet rolled. Oh man.
What's left, you ask?
I have a question if you don't mind. I killed Duriel and the Doris many times, but don't get a spark from it. I don't think you get a spark from them anymore. Not the torment bosses anymore. You get it from Lilith, Seasonal Journey, and then something else. You do get a spark from the torment boss, really? I don't remember ever getting one. I thought they got rid of that, but that's alright. Yeah. Online it says it does. Got one from Vershawn. Okay. Alright, well. Yeah, I guess at that point. No, it has to be like Lilith, right? At least I thought it was just Lilith. Oh well. Yeah, it's facts. I'm still having fun on the Barrage build. At that point, I'm saving Mass and to finesse the masterworking. Yeah, I mean the masterworking and getting the right stats in the masterworking is like pretty big. Oh, there's Marcus. Rongo with the 2 gifted subs. Appreciate you. It don't change. Iron Chunks are a hard dot race. How I feel and Derby the most bullied tournament boss this match. Bro, Durio got man. Durio's been bullied every season since season 2, I think, right? He got, man. I felt bad for him in season 2, man. That is all you did. Hi friends, I'm new here. How do I like this build? I love it. I love the Rain and Rails build. It's got a very cool play style to it. Sometimes I go down to like Torment 2 to feel like a Spiritborn. Good for bossing and clearing? Yep. I have a guide and a video if you want to check it out. Exclamation mark build. Tried playing Citadel, but it was all Spiritborn and my connection was dying. Only
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
get hundreds of them by now. I'm about to wrap this up pretty soon myself. There's only but so many of these I can take. But I do want that. I do want that +7 trick attack though. That's such a massive upgrade. That it's just kind of hard to like leave it on the table. Especially since I want to kind of do the 100s without fishing. At least that would be the goal. Or any fish at all. Like not even like choosing the right boss or whatever. What's the difference between a +6, +7 tricks attacks? With my gear, 25% damage. It's that big. Yeah, it's like literally adding an aspect. Yeah, that's why I want it so bad. Cappy said, "You stay by the way for the rapid fire build. Maybe play this season after taking 2 off. Nice to try a physical build." Yeah, it feels I mean, I guess that's another one to, I guess, practice on. It's the lucky one. Okay, I'll put this in the right side here. It's a GA. Is a GA always 7? Well, with the GA and 3 masterworks on that GA, it will be 7. Yeah, Shamish. I'm kind of feeling the same way. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with that. That's why I can't really have like a definitive answer because I legit just don't know. I don't know. Like, there, I want to answer some of those things, and I'm just like, I just don't know. Unfortunately, Durio has now died 1,000 times. He's starting to kill himself as soon as he spawns. He's literally in like a infinite loop of death. He just
My hammer sings on your return.
no. I said it can go. Oh, I mean, I think the thing about it is that like it's a a good farming tool per se, but like these were bosses. Like these are supposed to be like, and then, I mean, granted, yeah, Spiritborn is Spiritborn, but I think at this point in the game, I think most strong builds will still make quick work of Uriel and Dario and these guys. Maybe not like in like a second like this, but like probably like 6 or 7 seconds or whatever. On average or something like that in a group party without Spiritborn. Like, it's like I kind of I wish we had the longer fights, but I mean maybe not get rid of what we're doing per se, but like have a reason to like maybe have a stronger, like bring back the whatchamacallits. I don't know, like a Uber Durio or Uber whatever. Why am I bother casting a bit? Look here, Blitz, okay? Blitz, okay? Look, okay? I'm trying to do my part, okay? My part is the fireworks, okay? Okay, I make the area look really cool with a bunch of arrows, okay? That is my job, okay? Katy Perry, okay? That is my job, okay? I know the role that I play in this. I am well aware. Okay. GA on trick attacks can be 3. Well, it'll be 3 by standard. Hey, look at all the pretty look at all the pretty arrows. Huh? I like the extended boss battles too. I don't know. I mean, I guess just it I don't know. I know like I might be an outlier in these kind of things, but I like having to have to try on things. And I guess there being a reason to try. I mean, there has to be that too. But so the last Master Crap goes from 5 to 7? Yep, sure does. Well, kind of. So like on the 12, if you only hit 2 Masterworks, it becomes 6. But an 8 out of 12 will be 5. So an 8 out of 12 double Master Crit would be 5. A 12 out of 12 triple Master Work would be 7 if you land them all on trick attacks. Does that make sense? Considering how tedious matchmaker is, I say yellows are what you should be aiming for. Yeah, but in this case scenario, the difference between a 6 and a 7 right now is 25% for me. So that's way too much damage to just leave on the table and be like, nah, I don't. What happened to your GA nameless that makes you want to farm? Oh no, I'm not farming a new one. I'm getting mats right now. This is the best way to get rawhide so I can be able to keep master working, the one I have. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I'm not trying to get another one. I mean, that won't help me because I still have to get that to +7, which is all I'm really trying to do right now. Appreciate the follow. Horrors or Nightmare Dungeons? Nightmare Dungeons are actually better than Horrors for that. Unless you're like in a, maybe in a 4-man party and oh. Unless you're in a 4-man, I didn't even put Darshroud up. Unless you're in a 4-man party or something. And like you're constantly getting like maybe like 11 or 1200 Aether or something each time. Yeah, so another. Which obviously won't happen, but yeah, Nightmare Dungeons are pretty popular for that. In front of Horrors are decent because you have to get other stuff too, not just that. But their refinement tribute is also very good for Undercity. If you have people who have a bunch of refinement tributes that they want to expend. I was doing that earlier actually in the stream. Do you have any recommendations on what the most important quests on your Barrage build? I do. It's on the Maxroll guide. So if you go to !builds with the S and then click on the Barrage link. Or would you live and die if you get Hellborn? We get Soul Spires. It's rough. What's a pretty fast? Let's get a Spiritborn. Well, you can't really make Horrors faster. Like Horrors are like legit the same timer all the time. So like you can't make the waves faster. Now, unless it takes you forever to kill the council boss, so that's a different story. But in terms of like all the waves, you can't speed that process up, whether you have a Spiritborn or not. What do you think the dam is better in damage? I mean, Barrage, Victimize, or Dance of Knives Momentum? Dance of Knives is a little stronger. That is if you do all of the stuff, including the cursed variation. Got a 4GA trigger step. Flicker step. Reun, Depends. It depends on whether you full clear or not. But apparently the Nahantu Nightmare Dungeons are better for farming masterworking materials. Because it's a treasure room that is usually there, and like that treasure room gives a lot of mats and masterworking materials. So actually, if you really want to do if you really want to like really farm masterworking materials, make sure you do Nahantu Nightmare Dungeons. What is the cursed dancing knives build? Something you probably don't want to do. I mean, you only need to do it for pit pushing, like pushing, like find the right boss, leave a bunch of times so that your conditions are what you want, type pushing. But when you are, or if you ever get to that point into wanting to do that, the cursed variation is kind of what you're gonna need to do if you want to actually hit 100 plus.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? What's still got some good in it?
Doesn't matter if you do it on T3 or T4. You mean like the Nightmare Dungeons? No, not really. But generally speaking, you don't really run out of masterworking mats really before T4 anyways, because you're not masterworking that much anyways in T3. So it's really not that serious in T3. Where do you find the cursed version? Mippy's channel. I don't think he has it right for that on Maxroll. But if you check out his YouTube channel, Mippy, he has a he talks about it. Bruno, what's happening? There's a cursed version now. Yep. It's like really awful to play though. Like you have to literally injure yourself. Like get yourself injured before you can even like do anything. Yeah, it's wild. It's hurting your heart. Yeah, it's just for the mash right now. I'm trying to masterwork this cow. Maybe he has discovered ridiculous ways to snapshot ridiculous buzz. Well, I mean, all of it is that. I think he's really the only one that's like pushing Dance of Knives meta anyway. Lexi was a little bit. I think he just stopped and decided to do OP Flurry once he got the gear for it. Yeah, if anyone's gonna find anything on Dance of Knives, it's probably gonna be Mippy at this point. I should probably spell that for you, Gok. There it is. Yeah, Thunder got it right. Oh, he does spell it out in the Dance of Knives Maxroll guide. That's good to know. I'm actually surprised he has it written there. That's kind of. I guess you would want to at least talk about it since you made a video out of it, but. Like that is a variation that like no one is going to attempt. But I guess it's there. You hear that Kathy deleted his perfectly rolled scoundrels and spent 2 billion on Bloods to ground it. Yeah, I heard about it. I actually sent that issue off to Blizzard just to have them like investigate. Who's pushing the OP Flurry build this season? A couple of people. C6 is doing it. Lexi U's doing it. Probably like 2 or 3 more names. I just don't remember them all. Goni, what's up? You said, in the current setup for random variables, can you use Perdition Uber instead of Calm? I mean, you can, but I guess why would you want to? Unless you just don't have a cow, then understandably. Movement speed. That's the first time I ever heard anyone say that. That's actually kind of funny. I mean, you're not wrong about the movement speed. That's the reason why, like, if you notice on my builds, I have a GA movement speed and I masterworked it as much as I could. Really, I want 3 masterwork crits on it, but I got 2. Yeah, that's fair. There are other things you can do though. Like, I wouldn't change the helm for that, but I know what you mean. You can do like adrenaline rush is good for movement speed. No, not adrenaline. Sorry. Haste. Haste is good for movement speed. Haste, stutter step, like max out stutter step. Those are 2 things you can kind of take for now. So I mean, you have to move some things around obviously to do it, but those are 2 places you can get some movement speed in like really quickly. What's this on farming? We are beating up Duriel to get rawhide and iron chunks. Oh, and I guess mythics drop too, but primarily the masterworking mats.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Movement speed per dark shot. Well, you can't do that with the beast flubbers. That's the problem. Torment bosses to farm regular mats. Yes, JMac. That is what we are. That is what we're doing. I know, right? Crazy. You think Blizzard would fix this iron chuck and rawhide bottleneck? Well, they've actually taken a few steps, because it was actually a lot worse than this. So they've actually made it a little better, but I mean, the problem is that like the issue that like the people that are affected by the bottleneck are like less than 1% of the population. So like, I'm not saying they won't take action or to do more, a little more, but like, I actually kind of like the health one right there. People were pissed because the Spiritborn build changed every day, so they ran out of mats. Yeah, I just got a second mythic actually after that. Hold up. It's another Chaco. Funny. Why wouldn't they make Rawhide drop a lot in Nightmare Dungeons and Tree Whispers? They actually do drop a lot in Tree Whispers actually. Like doing Whispers actually do give you a lot. It's just that how fast it takes to do Duriel versus doing Whispers, like it's just Duriel's better. So like Whispers give you a lot. We're talking about like 600-700 or something like that, roughly. A little more than that actually, I think. But it's the time spent doing the Whispers that just makes this better. Balderin, what's going on? Do you have new writers at Maxroll? Yes. You don't recognize the name from the Flurry guy? Oh, Shamish. Yeah, okay. So yeah, he's a new writer. He's actually been like part of the he's been on like Sanctuary Discord for a bit, and he's part of the GMS crew with Ava. And he's a Flurry main. Like that's what he does. Legit, just plays like Flurry. So a lot like Picha. So when he joined Maxroll to do other stuff on Maxroll, like I think he did like a couple of Spiritborn guys too as well. But when he joined Maxroll, it was one of those things where I was just like, do you want to take over the Flurry guy? Because I mean, you are the Flurry dude, or you are a Flurry main. It just makes sense to have him do it or whatever. Playing some Rogue? I am playing some Rogue. Is it powerful enough to take down Pit 100 easily? So no Rogue build easily takes down Pit 100. Some Rogue builds might require more efficient than others to do it, but that's going to be gear dependent. But no, you're not going to be able to like put the gear together, build together, and then all of a sudden go, all right, I'm going to do some Pit 100. It's just not going to work that way. On most classes, actually, other than Spiritborn. Would you master on the bow? Honestly, the crit damage. Well, actually, so you want GA crit damage, but you want to masterwork the marksman projectiles because you want Renevels to cast 4 times as often as possible. E-boy, what's going on? Want to have a try at my riddle? Batman? Seems not to the wait, what? I still missed it. Oh, Tata, not Tada. Yeah, I probably totally ruined all that. I'm sorry. I have a question. Can someone help? I have 2-3 ancestral aspects I do not have fully upgraded. When I go to the bathroom. Bartrland? Actually, I'm not sure about that. I got disconnected. The game's on to me, y'all. Blizzard's on to me. Oof. Okay. It's one of these. Let me log out and log back in. I think I might just leave it at that, honestly. in terms of the party is concerned. Let me go ahead and start masterworking, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I lost my opal too because of course of the disconnect. Only have one left. Too many iron chunks per hour capped. All right, let's see what happens. No! Game, stop it. Yeah, is it kingness? Yeah, that's just the state of all. So you gotta remember, like the other classes actually have to go through progression. Like you have to actually get like decent gear and stuff like that. Whereas Spiritborn can kind of skip most of that. So like if you start off as Spiritborn, every other class is going to feel different and a little more difficult to achieve what you did on Spiritborn. Well, a lot more difficult. Or just simply cannot achieve what you did on Spiritborn. So like the bar for Spiritborn for other classes, like we're just like, hey, this build can eventually do 100 plus. Like that's what we consider a good build on that class. Whereas Spiritborn is like, is your build like, can your build do 150? If not, it's really not a good build. Like the metrics are so much different. Do you think they should up the pit a little bit? No, because like there is no reason to do anything past pit 100. Like there's nothing you get. What do you get for like doing pit 100? I mean, I guess granted, I think Riptide is gonna come in and say XP, but I mean, other than like just seeing a higher number when you play the pit, you don't really get any. You don't get the tangible benefits of like, let's say, glyph leveling or whatever like that. Like, better XP, yeah, it's a little better. If you could farm like 1-on-1s, it is better. Don't you get a mount from pit 150? I thought it was an achievement, not an amount. But yeah, I guess maybe they probably shouldn't make an achievement that isn't achievable, and then only one class gets to do it. But like, I don't know. I think the whole idea of like having welcome back issues, never log out again. Do you think you can get to 300? There is no 300. Oh, you mean Paragon 300? Oh yeah, well yeah, I can do that at some point. I'm not in any rush to get it, but I'm sure like probably towards, I say probably like what, end of December, early January might be like at the rate that I'm playing, because I'm not XP farming. I don't really have anything to get in the Paragon board, so I don't care. Okay, masterworking time. Unstable elixirs. Boo. Boo. Crowd control duration. Boo. Kill them all. What's up, man? Does the Paragon leveling system stay per season, or do we go back to 0? You go back to 0 every season. Yeah, it's a progression thing, so you don't get to keep your Paragon every each season. Yeah, Chris, I agree. I totally agree, Chris. 100%. There's a tipper for the Heartseeker for having a 94% chance to cast twice from a ranged weapon. Must have damaged lots of Valen tipper with one hander to make a fast 6%. Not much, honestly. But at the same time, it's like Turtle Hop. What's the like? What else would you put on your one hander besides like a Heartseeker thing? You see what I'm saying? Like, what else useful can you or are you gonna put there? Stable elixirs. Chance of nice double damage. I mean that wouldn't help your build though. Like if it gave you double projectiles, that would help. Yeah, I would just do the Heartseeker projectile, honestly. Does the M1 test how more often Ancestral drops pit, say pit 100, pit 90? I seriously doubt that there's any difference there. I would be very surprised if they gate kept Ancestrals behind pit, higher pit clears. All right, +5 trigger attacks. Here we go, y'all. Let it cook. Are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get it? Is it gonna happen? Oof. Alright, here we go again. Attacks. Control duration. Attacks. Control duration. How important is having a high affix on the cow? You mean like the unique affix? It's not. It's not important at all. Like not at all. Rapid gambits. Appreciate the follow. Yo, so I watched overpowered Flurry build beating 105. You mean the Lexi use, right? You might want to check it out. Oh, I already know about it. You want to do it? It's extremely difficult to gear for. Like extremely difficult to gear for. Like it took him a while. Oh, it's not Lexi? Oh, Lexi was the other one I saw do it. Now, do you want to gear for it because you saw it do 105, or do you want to gear for it because you like the play style and you like Flurry? All right, here we go. Plus 5 trick attacks. Let it cook. Let it cook. Is it going to? But you know what? We'll take this over this. Trying to figure out because I have okay. Well, actually, this one is yeah. So we'll use this one, and then we'll wear this one, and then we'll salvage this one. Yeah. Yeah, farmer because of the delay of the arrows. Well, in Nightmare Dungeons, yeah. Nightmare Dungeons and Helltide, that's kind of rough. Pit, though. Pit, you don't need to wait for your arrows. You can just go. You said you like the playstyle? When I was watching it, I really wasn't... The playstyle seemed very... I don't know. I like the fact that Flurry's doing a thing, but actually watching it just seemed very kind of dry. No offense. It also looked exactly like the Death Trap build. Like Death Trap looks exactly like that, except Death Trap obviously does the damage and Flurry doesn't, right? What I am happy about is the fact that it's cool to see Flurry actually like do a thing this season, because you know Flurry's been kind of like getting literally no love for like so long. So I'm glad to see that. Like super glad to see that. All right, so here we go again. We are back at it. Attacks. Rapid gambits. You have enough mass for like one more like actual try if it rolls double trick attacks. And that's about it. This thing eludes me, man. I swear. Appreciate the follow. What am I rolling for? Trick +7 trick attacks. Is feeling impossible at the moment. I've gone through so many mats so far trying to get this to pass 4 days roughly, I think. I'm gonna run out of Iron High before I can even have like one more attempt at this. I'm not gonna be able to. Nope. Alright. Yeah, I am out of Iron Hide. Rawhide, not Ironhide. Rawhide. Yeah. Unfortunate. Let's put this in dash. We try again some other day. Pretty much how this goes. I don't think it exists. 1.5% chance of getting. Yeah, I know it's low, but the thing is that it's a 25% damage increase if I get it. So it's kind of one of those things where it's just like, I know how insanely rare it is, but at the same exact time, it's like, it's such a drastic increase that it's hard to just leave it on the table and not try.
My magics await your return.
It's not even so much about gotta have something to do in the game. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't typically like farming Duriel over and over and over and over and over again. Like, that's not what I want to do. So it's really not even, it's not even about have something to do in the game, because the activity necessary to get this the thing as fast as possible is not fun. But yeah. All right, let me see if this boss is actually here. You just got a 2 GA hair petition. Gambling pants? How is that even possible? Salvaging the false death hearse? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think he's there still. This might just be bugged. No, he's there this time. Alright. Coming at the There we go. actually don't mind like this one for like the quick whisper. If you didn't have to do something you really wanted to do to get boss material, you don't really want to do, so you can get the boss material. But the boss you get the material from, but still don't want to do. It's just more so like it's a. If I'll put it this way, if fighting Durio was a fight, I'll put it that way, you know, and it was the most efficient way to get it, then I probably feel a little bit different about it. But it just becomes mind numbing, and it's probably like crappy content for like, I'll say crappy content for stream, but it kind of is like does anyone really enjoy watching Durio get mollywopped in like less than a millisecond every time for a good like 2 hours? Like, I mean, at that point, you know, I try to entertain by talking about different things while that's happening, but because what you're seeing on the screen is nothing interesting at all during that entire thing, right? But you do what you gotta do, you know, right? You do what you gotta do because it's just what you gotta do. Okay, how much did that give me there? Yeah, see, it was about a little over 500 rawhide for that whisper, or for that whisper turn in. I wonder if I would have got more than that if I turned it in with the opal. Does anyone know? If I turn it in with the materials opal, will I get? Was Heartseeker's pick cap? No idea, because not many people are pushing Heartseeker. If Durio was a fight, people wouldn't be doing. Well, that's also true. So I mean, it's a lose-lose situation, right? like no matter what, it's like a lose. Torment 5 coming in hot. I'm just here for the community and the content in terms of you talking more than the things in the stream as I'm playing. So you're playing yourself. Yeah, I do get a lot of people who tend to do lurk a bit, which is nice. I wish I can get like more rawhide from like Helltide or something. Oh yeah, the mechanics part. Forgot. Just go to the PvP zone and fight for your rare hide. Actually, you know, if people drop rawhide, maybe that'll give us a reason to PvP more. Like you wouldn't lose any rawhide if you died, but like if you kill someone, you got like regular materials or something. Like you see a lot more people by PvPing. I'm just saying. You seem like an ultra chill and cool person. I think I came in on the macro raid once. Yeah, he's raided me a few times this season. Twice? Once or twice, roughly. Macro school peeps. What else? I just got a 5, so another quick 5 for Faceless Shrine. Blood Maiden, I'm pretty sure I don't have any hearts for that. Looks like the Realm Walker event is live. Wonder how much I could sell the Access Air for in game. In game. Had to be make sure you were very specific about that. Huh? The Sonda. How much power do fully upgraded glyphs add? If it estimate the difference between 46 and the 100. That's hard to say because every class has different glyphs. But I mean, I'd say having 5 glyphs from 46 to 50. Well, it depends on whether the glyph scales with your key passive, like on Rogue, right? So like that would be a little different. Like leveling combat glyph will be a bigger scaler than leveling any other glyphs. I don't know. Like 4 to 5 builds on that. I'll put it this way, Shamise. I'll put it in Diablo 3 terms. That might make it easier. Look at like level 46 glyphs as kind of like the equivalent of like maybe like level 120, level 110 legendary glyphs probably versus 150 kind of sort of thing. Well, I'll say 100. I'll say like level 100 glyphs, legendary gems versus level 150 gems. Like it's there. There is a difference, but if you're not pushing, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, to the high, pretty much. That's also that too. How high pitch can I do with this build? I mean, with Korean gear and lots of time on my hands so for fishing, 106, 107. And the boss probably has to be a spirit caller at that point. Like, I don't even think mouse would be good enough. I might be lowballing a little bit. Where'd you get 95 from? They do appreciate the follow. There's a leaderboard for every boss for every class. There probably wouldn't be a leaderboard for like 70% of the bosses at that point, because people just won't play them because you can't clear with those bosses. Like your clears would be much lower on like some of those bosses. So people aren't going to take the time to actually do it. How much my arrows are critting on average? I haven't like been paying much attention, honestly, but as of like 2 or 3 days ago, like 6 or 7 billion roughly. I see a lot of 6 bills often. Like each wave can hit like 4 times, I think. Somewhere around that range. I think it's 4 times. So 6 times or 4 times per wave, you're looking at 16 hits. Averaging about 6 billion per hit. You can do the math at that point. Let me see if anyone's doing that real quick. Which bosses to avoid and which ones are best for pushing? That depends on the build. Generally speaking, Spirit Caller and Malice are probably generally considered the best 2 bosses. For most builds. Not all, but most builds. There's nothing here I want actually. But at some point, there is a point where basically, on some builds where you absolutely have to have Spirit Caller, or you just won't clear that tier. So there is that too. All right, I guess there is no other super duper easy whisper for me to grab, other than like doing a dungeon, which I don't feel like doing. All right, so we'll go for a couple of Inferno Hordes. Shamish, yeah, she absolutely would. But yeah, babe, yeah, pretty much. Was Stick and Random Arrows best bosses? Okay, well then yeah, like basically what I said. Spirit Caller is the best, Malice is second best, and then basically any bosses with ads is doable. I'll put it that way. But you need ads. So Echohack is okay. Then you can always compete if highest cliff of Blood Bishop is a 103, then it has its own race, if I'm explaining it right. I mean, technically, yeah, but you gotta remember, GMAC, people care about bigger number. Bigger number mean better, and ultimately means like best. Bestest of better of bestest. So if there's a leaderboard that shows lower numbers, people aren't gonna care about that. They're gonna always look at the leaderboard that shows the higher number. Why as though? Because of the trick attacks. You can't proc trick attacks, which is where a lot of your damage comes from, without ads. So you have to be able to proc trick attacks on those ads to get the insane damage bonus that comes with it. And then obviously scale it on the boss. One of my rotations, do you leave the ads alive? Well, you technically won't be able to leave them alive per se, just because there's just so much AOE. You're guaranteed to kill them. The bosses are going to keep spawning ads. The ones that do spawn ads will continue to spawn ads throughout. Rotation is just, there really isn't much to it. Just plop down your cow trap smoke grenade and then spam random rails. That's kind of it. And then when those two buffs are, are off, do it again, basically. But for cow traps, you want to make sure that you overlap a little bit, so therefore you can keep that duration up at 45%. But that's about it. Appreciate the follows. But yeah, very mental. I plan on doing like a 100 push. Well, it's not really a push on like at this point for the setup. I mean, I probably would need a boss with ads. I think I can do it without a boss with ads. I think if I had freaking +1 trick attacks, because then I'd be able to get there a little faster. But that's all good. But yeah, I assume that like if I got like Spirit Caller or something like that on the 100, I could probably do it in about 10 minutes. Have so much fun running Real. Running on season 2. Nice, nice. I was surprised to see how good it ended up being this season. How does Andy feel like this season? Not good on the road. On the road, that is. He's actually pretty good on Spiritborn, apparently. Yeah, it feels meta on Spiritborn? Yeah, well, if it's meta on Spiritborn, then it's like 10 times worse on road. Yeah, there really is no place for that, honestly. On Rogue this season. Gonna run this build in season 7 with the not leveling 2 burnout on a single build. Or to not burn on a single build. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing in season 7, man. Like, I mean, cause like I don't know what what changes are gonna happen. So like I never know ahead of time. But now that this is a thing or whatever, and this will probably remain a thing as long as the stuff don't get removed from the game. The Rent Arrows will always be a build I think I'll play at some point, even if it doesn't become my main build. Does the Victimized proc have good AoE? It's decent. You said you love this song? I have a like a soft heart for K-pop, man. K-pop is a lot of fun to listen to. Is pretty bad. I guess we'll do this one. Redeem mod poll. How many mods I have on right now? Do I actively aim my random arrows? Not really, honestly. It's just more so of like aiming in front of me, I guess. I think I do try to make sure I am close to the target when I'm casting random arrows, which is obviously kind of like the opposite of what I like to play usually, which is range. But that casting while you're close to the target means that, you know, the waves are gonna hit sooner, so like your damage starts faster. If you cast too far away, then it's like it's gonna take forever for your random arrows to reach anything. We got a mod poll redeem. Yeah, Hordes is very fun on this build. We'll fight Busher. What's the best rogue this season from it? Poison view. Well, it depends on what your metric is. If pit pushing is your metric, then that's rapid fire. Or is it a part of the activity I don't mind feeling a lot? Yeah, same here actually. I wish there were more help, like more boons or whatever, like, and a better way to scale them. So like, you know, like I would love to test my gear and character on like and hit 400 hordes, like versus pit, for example, because the activity is just so much fun and chaotic. That was a lot of Pull answers are incomplete. No quitting D4. Stretch. All right, sir. Heartseeker this season, it's decent. There are definitely some better builds out there now, but like in terms of like doing everything in the game, content wise or whatever, you can definitely do it on Heartseeker. Can't believe no one wants to run under the polls. I think Undercity is interesting. It's a decent idea, I guess, but like I don't really know like how necessary it is of like of a content per se. Like I feel like a lot of those choices, especially for like the bartering or whatever you want to call it, just don't really seem worthwhile. Considering how we like farm and stuff, like there's only like there's so few good options, you know, for it. And like it used to be like risk versus reward. Like I won't say reward, but like it's hard to fail. Like kind of the point of Undercity was supposed to be like okay, well if you really want the good stuff, you're gonna have a really low timer, right? And so like you had to actually like strategize and figure out pathways and stuff like that to really make use of it. But at least the reward was like worth it. It was like okay, cool, that was worth it. But like now it's become this some sort of like mindless farm now. Yeah, what's what's the point of having a timer? You see what I'm saying? Like what was the point of the timer to begin with? Yeah, at that point, like the whole idea of Undercity just seems to be undercut at the moment. And then the rewards aren't really I don't say aren't worth it, but like the good rewards are rare, and I don't know, you can't really fail them. And like we're not talking about like Spiritborns, we're talking about like regular classes can't really fail the Undercity stuff. Like they made it hard to fail in the past couple of passages. So it's like I don't know. Timer where challenge people who are under gear. Yeah, and that's the point. That was the point. The point was for it to be a challenge, being on the gear. Like that was the point. But like the rewards were worth the risk. Well, okay, the rewards have never been worth the risk. But I'm saying like the point is to make the rewards worth the risk. But now there's no risk, and the rewards are mediocre, except for like maybe like 2-3 options at best. I know it's like okay, cool. We want to target farm for gear in a sense, but man, like I don't know. I feel like it's just so watered down now. Personally, I feel like it's just kind of watered down. I feel like they should get better rewards if you clear it with more time to spare. I guess that wouldn't be bad actually. It gives you a reason to be able to like, you know, to go after the timer dudes. Because right now you don't have any reason to like, you know, fight those guys. That's just a Spiritborn buff. let me ask you a question. What determines? Because I never figured this out. What determines a 8 wave, 6 wave, or 10 wave Infernal Horde like key? Like what determines which one you get? Does anyone like does anyone actually know, or are they random? Okay, I was wondering. I'm like. There was no realm walker on the pole. Bisha. So I gotta ask, where do all these views come from? I don't mean in a bad way, by any means, but I remember getting raided by who was it? I got raided by 2 people today. One was Rock and the other was Chronix. He came in with like 200. 200 people, 200 plus. Yeah, but outside, like, Sirach was like 23 people. Chronix was like 200, and everything else was just people like randomly like clicking on the stream, which is usually not this many people randomly clicking on my stream at any given time. Like, I kid you not. So like literally like because I literally have not been paying attention to how many viewers I have right now. So I looked over and I'm like, wait a minute, why am I in 4-digit numbers right now? Like, I average like around like what, maybe 200-ish on like a good day. You've been climbing for, I know, it's just like what? I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just I'm on 1K stream right now. Psst, man. If only, man. If only. We can leave if you want. But only if you come back and bring a friend. N7. You gotta bring a +1 next time you come back. In fact, all 1,000 of y'all, Go bring a +1 next time. Just saying. I has no friends. You bring a German next time. Had to stay for that amazing Durio content. But grudgingly close fights. Yeah, I mean, YouTube is like has been pretty consistent too as well. Yeah, but like my YouTube live streams are obviously nowhere near my Twitch live streams just because I've only just started doing like the double stream with YouTube and stuff. So I expect that will grow a little bit in the future, but yeah. I'll bring all my friends and watch on the TV. Yeah. It's crowded in here. It's been cool though. I don't think I've really done much though. I did like quite a bit of Undercity for Rawhide Mass and then for Masterwork and Mass, and then I did Fury runs for the Rawhide. I mean, I guess that is Diablo in a nutshell, right? That's farming, you know, farming for stuff. Could I ask you to get Blizzard to bring back Sparky as a merc? You know what then? I mean, that's really not a bad idea, honestly. I mean, why not? It's actually not a bad idea. I mean, it's already got stuff, right? It's already got like, I'm not ready yet. So you can kind of pick perks from that, right? Yeah, change some of the skills into a tree. Yeah, I mean, so like, yeah, the outline is already there. Might as well. I'm just gonna make it happen. I will definitely send the feedback over for sure. Cause I'd kind of like that, to be honest. Even though I wasn't too big of a fan of Sparky in season 3, it's not that I hate Sparky. Because that Sparky was the theme. If Sparky was just an addition or something, sure. But because he was the theme, it felt a little. I did feel some kind of way about that. As a merc though? Yeah. Oh. For sure. That's a real question. Primary stats 15% bonus. Why take rune over primary stats? Well, I mean, but where do you get 15% more damage though? I mean, the primary stat is like not much stat at all. That you can get on like armor. You'll get what, like 120 primary stat, which is not 15% damage bonus usually. Yeah, but Raven, there is diminishing returns though. So like the more primary stat you have, the less that is worth. So it's not exactly that. Oh, this just actually gets pretty decent amount of ride and iron. Actually, didn't even realize that. But yeah, if it was a 15% multi, yeah, I would just take that over a lot of other stuff easily. Yeah, no. So like, Yeah, I mean, yeah, the more primary stat you have, technically speaking, like, you know, with anything, that's just, like, it doesn't just good, it doesn't have this infinite scaling per se, which is what you're thinking, you know. But yeah, primary stat doesn't scale infinitely. So the more you have, the less it's actually worth.
My hammer sings.
It's a lot like the D3 scaling in this, in the sense of primary stat. Well, I'm gonna say it's not the same thing as the scaling, but it's, there's sure similarities, I guess you could say. Okay, so I guess the honestly, I guess the 6-wave stuff isn't that bad. If I want to do that and also get a little bit of massive working materials, 6-wave actually isn't that bad. If you do a 10-wave, you're gonna get the same amount of massive working materials. Sorry, the same amount of rawhide and iron chunks or whatever like that. So you're there for more of the time. So I guess the 6-waves aren't that bad. For, I guess, what I'm trying to do right now. Put that way. You said, but on a serious note, Dark Side, you really have grown as a streamer and quality has steadily improved over time. You've gotten very good at interacting with your audience. You're honestly my favorite streamer now, even amongst the big names. Oh man, such a heartfelt message. I appreciate that, Shamish. You got me crying in the club. Not in the club, bro. Not in the club. At least you're in the corner, right? You're in the corner where like, you know, no one sees you, right? You at least made it to the bathroom, right? Or at least the bar. You can cry at the bar because you know they'll just think that, you know, you're drunk, you know. But in the corner with some Ray-Bans so they can't see this. I've been on the shot, girl, spilling shots on you. Appreciate the follows. How much damage is 2000 M? 2 billion. Thank you for not playing Spiritborn. Is that where all these views, if you like views are coming from? It's like, oh man, someone not playing Spiritborn. Nice. I figured it'll happen eventually, right? It's like, all right. So you hate Spiritborn? I definitely don't like. I mean, oh, sorry, I it. I don't hate Spiritborn. I don't like what the class has come to because of the bugs. I think Spiritborn has a lot more variety to offer that isn't being explored because there aren't any like game-breaking, you know, 400 quintillion, you know, number hits or whatever. Right, so they don't really get explored because of it. Or much. Can Rose do pit 150? No class can do pit 150 other than Spiritborn. We're all protesting against Spiritborn streamers. I ran out of time. So I guess the end game loop for me, if I don't just want to Durio farm at the moment, would be Nightmare Dungeons to Helltide, I guess. For now, until I can get that +7 and trick attacks. You hit 280 and haven't done 150 on Spiritborn. Like, are you are you purposely not doing the 150 on Spiritborn, or like how's that work? Like, I guess you not playing one of the you was leveling what, Necro? I mean, you said your Paragon. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, so you played a lot of Necro and then you made a Spiritborn. Okay, I got you. Your skis. What pit is Torment for? 665.
I need more time.
I'm gonna do Eighth Lord. After Eighth Lord actually hasn't really been that bad on this build since I don't have to focus them down. They just die in the crowd of stuff. I mean, I wouldn't take it if it was like other good options, but you know, amongst the other terrible options, I think they're fine. See, they just die, so I might as well. That is the only Rogue streamer I follow that did not ban us Rogue players. I was going to mention a couple of others, but I forgot they don't really stream. That they have like YouTube content. Yeah, he doesn't really stream though. So that's the first person that came to mind. I was like, yeah, he does mostly YouTube content. Yeah, I heard about that, Raven, for sure. Yeah, that's why I don't take that anymore. But yeah, first time I opted to keep playing D4 instead of hopping to D3 new season. D4 and D improved. Yeah, dude, man, you've been here. Yeah, you've been here for how long have you been on the on my stream? You've been here for at least a couple of years, right? Because you were here in the D3 days, like a good chunk of the D3 days too. That's at least been 3 years, right? 4 years, almost 4 years. God, my boons choices have sucked. Post, appreciate the follow. Zomboy, what's going on? Yeah, so that expansion did get canceled, Tika, and then what they did was they ended up just releasing it as a Necro pack with some of the assets and like new places that were already like done. I do forget about the experience well from Nightmare Dungeons, I guess. Guy like literally staying in a corner. Should we do horrors with Dance of Knives? So much more relaxed. Well, that means I have to actually make a Dance of Knives character. At some point, I will make a Dance of Knives, but I really enjoy Rain of Arrows a lot. Like, a lot. Is that you thought Necro was meant for Reaper of Souls? No. Like the Necro was actually meant to be the new character, the new class for the second expansion of Diablo 4. Diablo 3 that never happened. I feel like Blizzard gave up on D3 too quickly. Is pretty much what, like, in my opinion. Like, they ended up turning around when they hired a new team of people to kind of take over D3 like halfway through. And what they should have done was just like not give up on the game. But I guess because of the reception of the launch of D3, the company was just like, nah, we'll just move on, sort of thing. Yeah, D3 actually improved quite a bit towards the latter half of his cycle. Like, he was pumping most seasons, but the bottles were hard to fight against. That's why I did most of my pushing like the first couple of weeks of the season. I opted not to push or not to take pushing too seriously past that point because you just can't compete with the botters like at all. It was legit pointless after a certain point. But I guess the most fun I would have is like doing rank 1 world clears on my Demon Hunter. Like, it's probably what I was mostly known for, I guess, towards the last couple of years of the game. Yeah, the new team rocked D3. The final form was, yeah, they did do a good job. Sadly enough, I mean, these guys, like those guys really weren't Diablo players kind of thing. They were actually brought in from like a different community. Like most of those devs were actually fighting game like enthusiasts, like really good at fighting games. They weren't really action RPG players. So like, given that, and for them to do what they did was actually quite amazing, actually. Like, the lead dev for D3, like for the last 5 years of his life before D4 came out, you know, actually was or actually did stream. Like, he actually streamed. He wasn't a full-time streamer, obviously, because he worked at Blizzard, but like, he streamed. So like, I won't say more than that because I don't want to. People aren't really supposed to know that. But I would watch his stream every now and then, whenever he did stream. Super chill guy. Like, you think I had chill vibes and like chill music? Do his playlists. You ever play Exploding Palm Monk back in D3? Briefly. I'll put it that way. Briefly. Towards like the earlier years. I'm going to put it straight. I count the credits for D4 is amazing. You guys do an amazing job at keeping life and the optimism about the games. I will say it hasn't always been like that, TK. Probably the last 3 seasons, sure. Like season 4, 5, and 6, yeah. But I don't know if you were around for season 1, 2, and 3, but I'm going to just leave it at that. It was hard to find a positive streamer in the space for those 3 seasons. Been around from the start. Okay. I don't know, because I mean, D4 bad was like the meta for like the longest time. Like you couldn't get any like none of your YouTube videos were hit if it wasn't D4 bad in some way, shape, or form. Ball Lightning was season 2. So you've been around from the start, but most people that follow have been working through it. You said start. So like, I don't know, like it was. I mean, that was kind of like the D4 bad meta throughout that time frame. It was hard to find like any positive streamers or content, and basically none of your YouTube videos basically would hit or do well if it wasn't crapping on D4 in some way, shape, or form, because that was the thing to do. And while like I did not have too much fun throughout that time frame either, I was also, you know, critical. I tried to be fairly critical, but I was critical about it. I chose not to participate in like in making a bunch of, you know, why D4 is bad videos basically. And nowadays it's like hard to find even 1 or 2 that are trying to bag on Blizzard for things. But people try it though. Like there are a few that, you know, but. I mean, still, there are obviously things they need to still improve on, but yeah. Is +2 Malice better than % Dex on Dance of Knives? I would say yes. Question about the random arrows builds. How do you kill bosses? The damage is utter garbage. Can you give me like an example of like which bosses you're having a hard time killing? Are we talking about torment bosses, or are we talking about certain pit bosses? Pit 80. Okay, so it's specific bosses then, like Mother's Judgment. Some of the bosses without ads. That is precision builds in general. Like all like rogues and also precision builds are kind of like that. You got to stagger to actually do any damage for one. And two, if you're playing precision build, that means you're wearing a cowl, the nameless, which doesn't do anything for you on bosses, unless the boss has ads. Yeah, so like at that point, you might just be doing too high of pits for your gear level at that point to speedrun them, including the bosses. So yeah, but that's just the way it is, unfortunately. It's not just random arrows. I mean, rapid fire goes through the same issues, and that's a single target skill. But like that's kind of like part of the reason why, like again, I have my gripes with pit and stuff like that. The bosses are so different that legit you can have one boss, and like let's say you're speed running, right? Like I'll put it this way, like if I'm like I do mostly speed run 90s or whatever, so like I'll speed farm 90s, and like if I get like a malice or so, or even seething or whatnot, like it's like the boss fight is like maybe 20 seconds, right? But then if I get Mother's Judgment, the boss fight is like a minute and a half to 2 minutes, and it's just like, why? It's like, why is this the case? Yeah, if you get one of the two bad bosses or whatever, it will take a while. Yeah, Kylo Nameless is such a big damage boost, man. You want to control to save your wrist?
I need more time.
Guess this one is actually decent enough.
I'm not ready.
Is there a way to put the damage measures back to the original way before the passion? Nope. I know, pretty sad, right? Yeah, Saucer the Noob, yeah. You see what I mean? So like usually at this point it's just best to just take the cow and just kind of deal with it. It sucks, but it kind of is what it is. I'm locked in. Not really. I'm kind of on autopilot. Oh yeah, I guess we're done. Let me see if I can get them. If I can gather them all in one spot, I can kill them all at the same time. I don't think I ever tried to, because they keep moving around. Oh, where's the other guy go? Oh, you. I think on a build like this, you can totally play controller. Like, there's really no there really is no advantage of playing on PC, like playing mouse and keyboard or controller on a build like this. Oops. Alright, we're gonna do one more. Actually, my stats, my materials look like right now. Not great, but let me check my whisper spots. See if any new things opened up. Beast nice. Okay. Easy. Does Shroud of Darkness count as a barrier? No. What do I think of Heartseeker this season? One of my favorite builds to play. I don't really like the passive Victimize that much though. I like to keep passive Victimize, but I like Heartseeker as a skill. I wish I could build it around something other than Victimize, but the other key passages just don't really do much benefits at all for Heartseeker, so I actually pray for some close quarters combat buffs, so I can build up more direct damage with like Pain Gorgers and things. Where do conceded aspect on the ring come into play from right here, barrier? No, second win. So like this passive right here, a second win. You spend energy, you get a barrier. Would you ever consider going full-time stream if the financial situation allowed it? I would probably say pseudo full-time. Maybe not completely full-time, but pseudo full-time. Thing is that it's always it's a scary situation when, I'll put it this way. I didn't stagger him in time. Oof. Bad. Thing is that like in order for like full-time streaming to feel comfortable financially, like you have to your numbers have to be good. You got to be able to afford to do it during the bad times. So like time frames where like maybe the game you're playing, like it's like maybe what in the second month or going on to the third month of the season, and like no one's really watching, and you're kind of just like, you don't really have the audience you did the first month or whatever, because obviously it's towards the middle of the end of the season. Can you afford stuff at that point? That's the biggest key. Like I think towards the beginning of the season, even like your smaller streamers probably make enough financially to cover that month, because that month is like usually big. You know, everyone's back, everyone's like, hey, cool new stuff, you know. So like the first month is usually pretty good. It's usually the second, third, and fourth months that you have to kind of wonder, can you afford? So like I am definitely not in the situation or position where I can afford to do that on the second, third, fourth. Like first month, yeah. First month, yeah. It's like first month, you know, okay, cool. You know, that's enough to carry, you know, everything or whatever. But past that point now. But the problem is that if you don't go full time, then it's harder for you to grow, to continue to market yourself, to get more people in. So it's like you have to have enough money saved up to be able to take a hit, to be able to stream more and do more content, to eventually get more people to come in that would stay even then during the slower periods. So you change your Mac for Pop My and it works really well. Okay, what is your my or what is your, by the way? I kind of forgot. Like right now, C6. Like right now, I have no idea why I have the view count I have right now, because I did not get like a massive raid, So like this is one of those like unicorn streams, I guess. Like I can't like replicate this and be like, oh well, if I did this like this every night, then now we're talking. Oh, Yule? Okay. Yeah, you can do Yule. I guess I don't really push enough. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, if that works for you, sure. Generally speaking, I think I usually use Monty, honestly. But I can't tell people to do that because that's a lot of stutter stepping or whatever. So can Heartseeker do 1 billion damage? Yeah, you can hit for over 1 billion. Yeah. Hey, why don't I play Spiritborn? You want me to play Spiritborn? You want me to join the other 99% of streamers playing Spiritborn? But to be honest with you, the exact answer, honestly, would be I've already played Spiritborn before the game launch, or before the season launch, before the expansion launch. I had 2 opportunities to play Spiritborn. One was in California. I got flown to California to play the Spiritborn class in July, and then I also had a chance to play Spiritborn during the review copy of the game. So I've actually already played Spiritborn before most players have played Spiritborn. So it's not like I didn't get a chance to. But I figure I'd start Rogue. And I kind of want to wait until they fix Spiritborn before like touching Spiritborn. Like some of the cool things I want to do have bugs attached to it, and like it's really not fun where there's no resistance, at least to me. Which elixir am I using? I kind of switch between 2 of them. Advantage or resourcefulness. Advantage is just makes it feel a little bit more fluid, but the resourcefulness actually allows me to cast Flurry a little faster after draining all of my energy with Beastfall boots. So I kind of go back and forth in terms of which one I like more. Yeah, you actually enjoy it. Yeah, I actually like having to like work for things. That probably sounds weird in a realm of, or in a, you know, the way the action RPGs are played, where it's like, you know, who doesn't want to deal like 50 quintillions amount of damage, right? But I mean, I don't know, like the moment that I feel like I'm in 0 danger and everything just dies because I looked at it, then like the game is over for me. Like it's over. Like what else is there for me to do? Why even get stronger to continue to one shot or do exactly what I was already doing, which is one shotting? Did you push piss at all? Nope, not yet. I don't plan on it, honestly. Pit pushing is, in my opinion, a very boring activity that I think just doesn't respect your time. And pit pushing is really no different than like speed farming, except you just leave when you get the wrong boss. So you speed farm, you're everything on the way. It's literally the exact same strategy. And you either get Spirit Caller or Malice, and if you don't get either one, you just reset. So you speed farm to the boss, and then you have a 7+ minute boss fight. That is pit pushing. I don't know about y'all, but 7-minute boss fights are not my idea of fun. Or having to fight only one of 2 bosses over and over again for pushing because the other bosses are not valuable. Because, you know, health and no ads and all that crap. Yeah. Not my idea of fun. But I do plan on doing like a couple of hundreds or whatever, just so that for people can say, hey, can this build do X pit? Because people seem to really care about what pit level a build can do, and they want to see it. They don't want you to math it out and be like, okay, well technically I can do it based on the math. They're like, no, like can it physically be done? I'm like, yeah, I guess I'll do the thing. I remember we talked about the start of the season. I told her that I want to make a random build. Use it to keep you posted. Well, here it's here. The one thing I understand is that why you don't use Dance Legendary Node. Actually, in my video, I talk about it. Actually, in my random videos video, I talk about it. Honestly, you can't really keep it up 100% of the time. Like, you will make mistakes. It's going to happen. And it makes for a pretty awkward rotation to try to keep. Dash every time before running arrows. Yeah, but that's the problem. You don't see the problem with that? How many frames does Dash have? I want you to tell me how many frames Dash has. At least 1 frame? That's a great answer. I mean, K9 is right. K9 is absolutely right. At least 1 frame. So let me tell you this, Dale. So here's the thing. Anytime that you have to cast another skill to be able to activate something else, that means you're making a sacrifice that you wouldn't normally have to make. So you're adding an extra action to be able to get a buff that you don't have to do. So this is the reason why Flicker Step isn't really that great, because you have to evade to be able to get the whatchamacallit off cooldown when you could have just literally casted another Flurry to build stacks and then shot your random arrow. So you actually lose damage, not gain damage. In this case scenario, what he's talking about with Dash, it's a similar case scenario. Dash has 33 frames of lag. 33 frames of lag. That's like a whole 2 flurries that you could have casted to build precision stacks and casted another random arrow. So, sure, you can dash and then do it, but you also lost 33 frames in which you could have done 2 other actions before that. So, right. I get what you're saying. And trust me, I've tried it. I've tried it quite a bit. it just ends up being not. And then not only that, but let's say that even if you do pick that up every time, anytime you make a mistake, obviously that doesn't activate. So when you look at it, it's a 50% buff that ends up really being about a 30-something% buff if you have to cash dash right before it every time. And then if you make any mistakes, let's say you're not, you're human, you make mistakes, 30% of the time or whatever, that buff goes from being a 2% buff to being a 20-ish% buff, if that. And you have all that work to literally be the same damage as Eldritch Bounty, which requires none of that. You see what I'm saying? That's why. Because trust me, I've thought about it. And I've done it. And I've tried it on live stream, messing around with it for a bit. And as much as I want to use that buff, because it's really strong, it is really strong. It's just really... Yeah, it's just rough, man. It's rough. I wish there was a better way to do it without having to add extra attacks or extra frames to something. But I mean, if you find a way, let me know. Like, for sure, I'm still looking. Just notice that there's the glasses in the resource bubble. Yeah, Thug Life. It's the loss of plus to Heartseeker to resist on pants of big damage slosh now. Because eventually you're not going to do it anyway. You're going to drop the plus to Heartseeker on like the mythic variation. But earlier on to start, the plus 4 to Heartseeker actually does mean a little something. Yeah, Smoke Grenade has about, well, it depends on your attack speed. But Smoke Grenade has somewhere between 18, like 16, 18 frames. So definitely better than using the dash. What is up?
Beat for these new viewers.
I can't do the dance because I'm in the middle of a wave, but what is going on? Diamond. How's it going?
Sheezy out.
There's 2x8.
Diamond underscore 1890 rated my stream with 22 viewers.
Appreciate you. We just honestly just chill farming and talking, not doing too much. Trying to roll this cow, the Nameless. But haven't had much luck trying to get the +7, so. But eventually we'll get there. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Yo, my boons just kind of suck this run. Ain't gonna lie. Glad you're doing well. You know, I haven't checked my whatchamacallit, my barter stuff, see if I actually got like some good stuff. Wait, my stuff ran out. Oh well, this was gonna be the last one anyways. You got a 30B worth amulet off of Barber. Barter. Yeah. I'm just looking for mass at that point. But I wonder, is it really worth like buying like the actual armor pieces and salvaging them for mats or whatever? Like for Rawhide, obviously, like, you know, doing the defense pieces or whatever. Like buying the defensive cash or whatever. I don't know. I haven't actually done like the math on that. Yeah, the defense aspect caches, yeah. Oh, now I finally get some good ones. Hellborn is hunting me. It's worth. So not getting. Oh no, just for salvaging. Not for any other reason. Yeah. I don't know. You just made 30B. That's what Peaches just said. He found a 30B amulet from the barter. Oh my god, twins. You can get above 1.5 mil because I'm having to reroll so much. I rerolled a lot. I actually started the stream with, I think maybe close to 1 billion now. The stream, and now I'm like at 390 million because I tried to reroll this one item I still didn't get anything good on. Is Arena Vero's build planner not working? Only for me it says profile not found. You weren't the first person to say that. I'm gonna have to go fix or find out what's going on with it and then we'll fix. Appreciate the sub. Let's see. Okay. Try that link and see if it works. That works. Okay. I'm gonna update the planner on YouTube. So that should do it. Yeah, sorry about that. What I just did. I haven't heard this in a while. Okay. So I gotta let's see. I gotta do it on my YouTube video too, because I know I know someone mentioned that. Should be a quick thing, real quick. I think this should do it like that. Save, and then there we go. All right, we're good. All right, guys. So before I was gonna head out like right now, but we're gonna do something different. Okay, so we're going to actually, I'm gonna key in a 100 one time. So I don't care how bad the map is or how bad the boss is. We're gonna fight it. Except maybe Mother's Judgment. I might not like keep my head against the wall for that. But any other boss, we'll just kind of deal. Okay, get one shot. That is it. That is all I feel like doing. Speaking of which, I guess I should do some incense, right? Because I normally don't. And oh, they're both a type 2. Whoops. Guess Chorus of War. Cast Tube in Space. Type 1. Yeah, I guess that's really it, honestly. So, oh, somebody did something for me. What? I barely ever do instances myself, so don't feel bad. All right, random 100. Here we go. I actually kind of like the other one.
I'm not ready.
frozen. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh. Man, that's a really bad area to fight in. I went the wrong way. Dead end. Are you kidding me? I ran out of mobs. Really? Wow, guys. I got a vat track. Ouch. What an awful first impression here. Alright, who is it? Chief Marauder, okay. No ads, but I have no potions either. Rip. Alright, so we're gonna be here for a while. Anybody have anything fun to talk about? What are some good movies out lately? Gamble's giving you bad loot. Is that what's going on? Who's my favorite character in DBZ? Gohan. For sure. Although I will say Cell Sucker Gohan was probably my favorite Gohan. I do like Gohan Beast though. Gohan Beast is pretty nice, but Chi-Chi the goat. I'm actually wondering if I actually have enough time for this. This is awful without ads. But I did say I'll play straight through. So. Why am I tickling you? Yep, it is. It's a night and day difference. Like, if I had an ad boss, I'd probably be, at this point, the boss would have probably been dead by now. Any ad boss at this point. Yeah, but looking at the timer, yeah, I'm not even going to get him down to like a third, not even that. Because I'm practically playing without a helmet right now. Been fighting him for what? It's been about almost 5 minutes now, right? Should be able to stun her here. Is that how the helm works? Not necessarily how the helm works, but more so how trick attacks works. It's a scaler that is extremely good when you can when you can use the passive, but without it and the helm that actually boosts a lot of ranks to it, it's just really, really bad. Yeah, I'll let him kill me. But this is why you don't play bosses without ads. That was a big swipe. But yeah, we got to him like in what, like 5 minutes, five and a half minutes. You can't. So basically, anyways, so as you can see, the 100 would be fairly simple, fairly easy with an ad boss, where my helmet actually does some work. My helmet actually, exists. Appreciate the follows, y'all. But we are gonna head out. That was my one attempt, I promised. You might get some more tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe if we can get that Calvin Nameless to +7, I'll probably just do a couple of runs or do like several runs of 100s to see. Do I have any 2GA Dex armor amulets? I don't think I kept. No, I'm pretty sure I don't. Because I'm sure I would have held on to one of those. Nope. I'm looking at my stash right now. But yeah, nope. Yeah, that's nope for a third time. Yeah. All right. So is there a way to know what boss you're gonna get before you clear the whole dungeon? Nope. You just have to clear the whole dungeon, and then you look, you go in, see which boss spawns. If it's one that, if it's in this case, if it's a boss of ads, it's an instant clear. If it's a boss with no ads, I won't clear at all. At least at the 100 level, like 105 plus or whatever, or like 10, I'll say 103, 104 plus. I'm probably gonna have to just do like Spirit Caller or Malice, and that's kind of it. That means you have to sit there and reset and quit a lot of dungeons until you get one of those two bosses, and then that's kind of it. Or like a really, really, really open like map. I mean, I think I could play any bad map with this right now on the 100 and clear, as long as I have an ad boss. All right, let's see who's on. Why is it doing that? All right. We may not go to a D4 streamer this time, actually. I usually kind of keep it in the D4 category. Celebrating as this. We're gonna actually go to Cell Kittens this time. She's actually one of my favorite streamers, just in general, as a streamer. So we're gonna run over there. But I'll be back tonight. We'll farm a bit more. Try to get that Kyle the Nameless to +7. Hopefully tomorrow. If not, then we'll do the 100 the right way, I guess, which is, you know, just get a boss with ads. I guess. I don't want to do it. But oh well. All right. We're gonna go to Cell. Enjoy Cell. I think she's playing what, Stray? But yeah, sleep. Yeah. That's actually, I'm kind of hungry. I don't want to snack. It's already 4 in the morning though. All right. Yeah, have a good one. I'll see y'all tonight. As always, till next time.